Section 1 of International Women's Literature Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eisbären. First Love by Emilia Pardo. How old was I then? 11 or 12 years? More probably 13, for before then is too early to be seriously in love. But I won't venture to be certain, considering that in southern countries the heart matures early, if that organ is to blame for such perturbations. If I do not remember well when, I can at least say exactly how my first love revealed itself. I was very fond, as soon as my aunt had gone to church to perform her evening devotions, of slipping into her bedroom and rummaging her chest of drawers, which she kept in admirable order. Those drawers were to me a museum. In them I always came across something rare or antique, which exhaled an archaic and mysterious scent, the aroma of the sandalwood fans which perfumed her white linen, pin-cushions of satin now faded, knitted mittens, carefully wrapped in tissue paper, prints of saints, sewing materials, a reticule of blue velvet embroidered with bugles, an amber and silver rosary would appear from the corners. I used to ponder over them and return them to their place. But one day, I remember as well as if it were today, in the corner of the top drawer, and lying on some collars of old lace, I saw something gold glittering. I put in my hand, unwittingly crumpled the lace, and drew out a portrait, an ivory miniature, about 3 inches long, in a frame of gold. I was struck at first sight. A sunbeam streamed through the window and fell upon the alluring form, which seemed to wish to step out of its dark background and come towards me. It was the most lovely creature, such as I had never seen except in the dreams of my adolescence. The lady of the portrait must have been some 20-odd years. She was no simple maiden, no half-open rosebud, but a woman on the full resplendency of her beauty. Her face was oval, but not too long. Her lips full, half open, and smiling. Her eyes cast a languishing side-glance, and she had a dimple on her chin, as if formed by the tip of Cupid's playful finger. Her head-dress was strange but elegant. A compact group of curls plastered cone-wise one over the other covered her temples, and a basket of braided hair rose on the top of her head. This old-fashioned head-dress, which was trussed up from the nape of her neck, disclosed all the softness of her fresh young throat, on which the dimple of her chin was reduplicated more vaguely and delicately. As for the dress, I do not venture to consider whether our grandmothers were less modest than our wives are, or if the confessors of past times were more indulgent than those of the present. I am inclined to think the latter, for 70 years ago women prided themselves upon being Christian-like and devout, and would not have disobeyed the director of their conscience in so grave and important a matter. What is undeniable is that if in the present day any lady were to present herself in the garb of the lady of the portrait, there would be a scandal, for from her waist, which began at her armpits, upwards, she was only veiled by light folds of diaphanous gauze, which marked out, rather than covered, 2 mountains of snow, between which meandered a thread of pearls. With further lack of modesty, she stretched out 2 rounded arms, worthy of Juno, ending in finely moulded hands. When I say hands, I am not exact, for strictly speaking only one hand could be seen, and that held a richly embroidered handkerchief. Even today I am astonished at the startling effect which the contemplation of that miniature produced upon me, and how I remained in ecstasy, scarcely breathing, devouring the portrait with my eyes. I had already seen here and there prints representing beautiful women. It often happened that in the illustrated papers, in the mythological engravings of our dining room, or in a shop window, that a beautiful face or a harmonious and graceful figure attracted my precociously artistic gaze. But the miniature encountered in my aunt's drawer, apart from its great beauty, appeared to me as if animated by subtle and vital breath. You could see it was not the caprice of a painter, but the image of a real and actual person of flesh and blood. The warm and rich tone of the tints made you surmise that the blood was tepid beneath that mother-of-pearl skin. The lips were slightly parted to disclose the enamelled teeth, and to complete the illusion there ran round the frame a border of natural hair, chestnut in colour, wavy and silky, which had grown on the temples of the original. As I have said, it was more than a copy. It was the reflection of a living person from whom I was only separated by a ball of glass. I seized it, breathed upon it, and it seemed to me that the warmth of the mysterious deity communicated itself to my lips and circulated through my veins. At this moment I heard footsteps in the corridor. It was my aunt returning from her prayers. I heard her asthmatic cough and the dragging of her gouty feet. I had only just time to put the miniature into the drawer, shut it, and approach the window, adopting an innocent and indifferent attitude. My aunt entered noisily, for the cold of the church had exasperated her catarrh, now chronic. Upon seeing me, her wrinkled eyes brightened, and, giving me a friendly tap with her withered hand, she asked me if I had been turning over her drawers as usual. Then, with a chuckle, wait a bit," she added. "I have something for you, something you will like." And she pulled out of her vast pocket a paper bag, and out of the bag 3 or 4 gum lozenges, sticking together in a cake, which gave me a feeling of nausea. My aunt's appearance did not invite one to open one's mouth and devour these sweets. The course of years, her loss of teeth, her eyes dimmed to an unusual degree, the sprouting of a moustache or bristles on her sunken-in mouth, which were 3 inches wide, dull grey locks fluttering above her sallow temples, a neck flaccid and livid in the crest of the turkey when in a good temper. In short, I did not take the lozenges. Ugh! A feeling of indignation, a manly protest rose in me, and I said forcibly, "I do not want it! I don't want it!" "You don't want it? What a wonder! You who are greedier than a cat!" "I am not a little boy," I exclaimed, drawing myself up and standing on tiptoes. "I don't care for sweets." My aunt looked at me half good-humouredly and half ironically, and at last, giving way to the feeling of amusement I caused her, burst out laughing, by which she disfigured herself and exposed the horrible anatomy of her jaws. She laughed so heartily that her chin and nose met, hiding her lips and emphasizing 2 wrinkles, or rather 2 deep furrows, and more than a dozen lines on her cheeks and eyelids. At the same time her head and body shook with her laughter, until at last her cough began to interrupt the bursts, and between laughing and coughing the old lady involuntarily spluttered all over my face. Humiliated, and full of disgust, I escaped rapidly thence to my mother's room, where I washed myself with soap and water, and began to muse on the lady of the portrait. And from that day and hour I could not keep my thoughts from her. As soon as my aunt went out, to slip into her room, open the drawer, bring out the miniature, and lose myself in contemplation, was the work of a minute. By dint of looking at it, I fancied that her languishing eyes, through the voluptuous veiling of her eyelashes, were fixed in mine, and that her white bosom heaved. I became ashamed to kiss her, imagining she would be annoyed at my audacity, and only pressed her to my heart, or held her against my cheek. All my actions and thoughts referred to the lady. I behaved towards her with the most extraordinary refinement and superdelicacy. Before entering my aunt's room and opening the longed-for drawer, I washed, combed my hair, and tidied myself, as I have seen since is usually done before repairing to a love appointment. I often happened to meet in the street other boys of my age, very proud of their slip of a sweetheart, who would exultingly show me love letters, photographs, and flowers, and to ask me if I had any sweetheart with whom to correspond. A feeling of inexplicable bashfulness tied my tongue, and I only replied with an enigmatic and haughty smile. And when they questioned me as to what I thought of the beauty of their little maidens, I would shrug my shoulders and disdainfully call them ugly mugs. One Sunday I went to play in the house of some little girl cousins, really very pretty, the eldest of whom was not yet 15. We were amusing ourselves looking into a stereoscope, when suddenly one of the little girls, the youngest, who counted 12 sums at most, secretly seized my hand, and in some confusion and blushing as red as a brazier, whispered in my ear, "Take this." At the same time I felt in the palm of my hand something soft and fresh, and saw that it was a rosebud with its green foliage. The little girl ran away smiling and casting a side glance at me. But I, with a puritanism worthy of Joseph, cried out in my turn, "Take this!" and I threw the rosebud at her nose, a rebuff which made her tearful and pettish with me the whole afternoon, and for which she has not pardoned me even now, though she is married and hath 3 children. The 2 or 3 hours which my aunt spent morning and evening together at church being too short for my admiration of the entrancing portrait, I resolved at last to keep the miniature in my pocket, and went about all day hiding myself from people, just as if I had committed some crime. I fancied that the portrait, from the depth of its prison of cloth, could see all my actions, and I arrived at such a ridiculous extremity that if I wanted to scratch myself, pull up my sock, or do anything else not in keeping with the idealism of my chaste love, I first drew out the miniature, put it in a safe place, and then considered myself free to do whatever I wanted. In fact, since I had accomplished the theft, there was no limit to my vagaries. At night I hid it under the pillow, and slept in an attitude of defence. The portrait remained near the wall, I outside, and I awoke 1,000 times, fearing somebody would come to bereave me of my treasure. At last I drew it from beneath the pillow, and slipped it between my nightshirt and left breast, on which the following day could be seen the imprint of the chasing of the frame. The contact of the dear miniature gave me delicious dreams. The lady of the portrait, not in effigy, but in her natural size and proportions, alive, graceful, affable, beautiful, would come towards me to conduct me to her palace by a rapid and flying train. With sweet authority she would make me sit on a stool at her feet, and would pass her beautifully moulded hand over my head, caressing my brow, my eyes, and loose curls. I read to her out of a big missal, or played the lute, and she deigned to smile, thanking me for the pleasure which my reading and songs gave her. At last romantic reminiscences overflowed in my brain, and sometimes I was a page, and sometimes a troubadour. With all these fanciful ideas, the fact is that I began to grow thin quite perceptibly, which was observed with great disquietude in my parents and my aunt. "In this dangerous and critical age of development, everything is alarming," said my father, who used to read books of medicine and anxiously studied my dark eyelids, my dull eyes, my contracted and pale lips, and above all the complete lack of appetite which had taken possession of me. "Play, boy, eat, boy," he would say to me, and I replied to him dejectedly, "I don't feel inclined." They began to talk of distractions, offered to take me to the theatre, stopped my studies, and gave me foaming new milk to drink. Afterwards they poured cold water over my head and back to fortify my nerves. And I noticed that my father at table or in the morning, when I went to his bedroom to bid him good morning, would gaze at me fixedly for some little time, and would sometimes pass his hand down my spine, feeling the vertebra. I hypocritically lowered my eyes, resolved to die, rather than confess my crime. As soon as I was free from the affectionate solicitude of my family, I found myself alone with my lady of the portrait. At last, to get nearer to her, I thought I would do away with the cold crystal. I trembled upon putting this into execution, but at last my love prevailed over the vague fear with which such a profanation filled me, and with skilful cunning I succeeded in pulling away the glass and exposing the ivory plate. As I pressed my lips to the painting, I could scent the slight fragrance of the border of hair. I imagined to myself even more realistically that it was a living person whom I was grasping with my trembling hands. A feeling of faintness overpowered me, and I fell unconscious on the sofa, tightly holding the miniature. When I came to my senses, I saw my father, my mother, and my aunt all bending anxiously over me. I read their terror and alarm in their faces. My father was feeling my pulse, shaking his head and murmuring, "His pulse is nothing but a flutter. You can scarcely feel it." My aunt with her claw-like fingers was trying to take the portrait from me, and I was mechanically hiding it and grasping it more firmly. "But, my dear boy, let go, you're spoiling it," she exclaimed. "Don't you see you're smudging it?" "I am not scolding you, my dear. I will show it to you as often as you like, but don't destroy it. Let go, you are injuring it." "Let him have it," begged my mother. "The boy is not well." "Of all things to ask," replied the old maid. "Let him have it. And who will paint another like this, or make me as I was then? Today nobody paints miniatures. It is a thing of the past, and I also am a thing of the past. And I am not what is represented there." My eyes dilated with horror. My fingers released their hold on the picture. I don't know how I was able to articulate. "You? The portrait is you? Don't you think I'm as pretty now, boy? Bah! One is better looking at 23 than at I don't know what, for I have forgotten how old I am." My head drooped, and I almost fainted again. Anyway, my father lifted me in his arms onto the bed, and made me swallow some tablespoonfuls of port. I recovered very quickly, and never wished to enter my aunt's room again. End of section 1. Recording by Eisbären from Austria. Have a look at my blog, green-life-online.blogspot.com.
The Reckoning by Edith Wharton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The Reckoning by Edith Wharton for the International Women's Literature Collection. The marriage law of the new dispensation will be, "Thou shalt not be unfaithful to thyself." A discreet murmur of approval filled the studio, and through the haze of cigarette smoke Mrs. Clement Westall, as her husband descended from his improvised platform, saw him merged in a congratulatory group of ladies. Westfall's informal talks on the new ethics had drawn about him an eager following of the mentally unemployed. those who, as he had once phrased it, liked to have their brain food cut up for them. The talks had begun by accident. Westall's ideas were known to be advanced, but hitherto their advance had not been in the direction of publicity. He had been, in his wife's opinion, almost pusillanimously careful not to let his personal views endanger his professional standing. Of late, however, he had shown a puzzling tendency to dogmatize, to throw down the gauntlet, to flaunt his private code in the face of society, and in the relation of the sexes being a topic always sure of an audience, a few admiring friends had persuaded him to give his after-dinner opinions a larger circulation by summing them up in a series of talks at the Van Sideren studio. The Herbert Van Siderens were a couple who subsisted socially on the fact that they had a studio. Van Sideren's pictures were chiefly valuable as accessories to the mise en scène which differentiated his wife's afternoons from the blighting functions held in long New York drawing-rooms, and permitted her to offer their friends whiskey and soda instead of tea. Mrs. Van Sideren, for her part, was skilled in making the most of the kind of atmosphere which a lay figure and an easel create, and if at times she found the illusion hard to maintain, and lost courage to the extent of almost wishing that Herbert could paint, she promptly overcame such moments of weakness by calling in some fresh talent, some extraneous reinforcement of the "artistic" impression. It was in quest of such aid that she had seized on Westall, coaxing him, somewhat to his wife's surprise, into a flattered participation in her fraud. It was vaguely felt in the Van Sideren circle that all the Audacities were artistic, and that a teacher who pronounced marriage immoral was somehow as distinguished as a painter who depicted purple grass and a green sky. The Van Sideren set were tired of the conventional color scheme in art and conduct. Julia Westall had long had her own views on the immorality of marriage. She might indeed have claimed her husband as a disciple. In the early days of their union she had secretly resented his disinclination to proclaim himself a follower of the new creed, had been inclined to tax him with moral cowardice, with a failure to live up to the convictions for which their marriage was supposed to stand. That was in the first burst of propagandism, when, woman-like, she wanted to turn her disobedience into a law. Now she felt differently. She could hardly account for the change, yet, being a woman who never allowed her impulses to remain unaccounted for, she tried to do so by saying that she did not care to have the articles of her faith misinterpreted by the vulgar. In this connection she was beginning to think that almost every one was vulgar. Certainly there were few to whom she would have cared to entrust the defense of so esoteric a doctrine. And it was precisely at this point that Westall, discarding his unspoken principles, had chosen to descend from the heights of privacy and stand hawking his convictions at the street corner. It was Una Van Sideren who, on this occasion, unconsciously focused upon herself Mrs. Westall's wandering resentment. In the first place, the girl had no business to be there. It was horrid. Mrs. Westall found herself slipping back into the old feminine vocabulary. Simply horrid to think of a young girl's being allowed to listen to such talk. The fact that Una smoked cigarettes and sipped an occasional cocktail did not in the least tarnish a certain radiant innocency which made her appear the victim rather than the accomplice of her parents' vulgarities. Julia Westall felt in a hot, helpless way that something ought to be done, that someone ought to speak to the girl's mother. And just then Una glided up. "Oh, Mrs. Westall, how beautiful it was!" Una fixed her with large, limpid eyes. "You believe it all, I suppose?" she asked with seraphic gravity. "All what, my dear child?" The girl shone on her. "About the higher life, the freer expansion of the individual, the law of fidelity to one's self," she glibly recited. Mrs. Westall, to her own wonder, blushed a deep and burning blush. "My dear Una," she said, "you don't in the least understand what it's all about." Miss Van Sideren stared, with a slowly answering blush. "Don't you, then?" she murmured. Mrs. Westall laughed. "Not always, or altogether. But I should like some tea, please." Una led her to the corner where innocent beverages were dispensed. As Julie received her cup she scrutinized the girl more carefully. It was not such a girlish face, after all. Definite lines were forming under the rosy haze of youth. She reflected that Una must be 26, and wondered why she had not married. A nice stock of ideas she would have as her dower, if they were to be part of the modern girl's trousseau. Mrs. Westall caught herself up with a start. It was as though someone else had been speaking, a stranger who had borrowed her own voice. She felt herself the dupe of some fantastic mental ventriloquism. Concluding suddenly that the room was stifling and Una's tea too sweet, she set down her cup and looked about for Westall. To meet his eyes had long been her refuge from every uncertainty. She met them now, but only, as she felt, in transit. They included her parenthetically in a larger flight. She followed the flight, and it carried her to a corner in which Una had withdrawn, one of the palmy nooks to which Mrs. Van Sideren attributed the success of her Saturdays. Westall, a moment later, had overtaken his look, and found a place at the girl's side. She bent forward, speaking eagerly. He leaned back, listening, with the depreciatory smile which acted as a filter to flattery, enabling him to swallow the strongest doses without apparent grossness of appetite. Julia winced at her own definition of the smile. On the way home, in the deserted winter dusk, Westall surprised his wife by a sudden boyish pressure of her arm. "Did I open their eyes a bit? Did I tell them what you wanted me to?" he asked gaily. Almost unconsciously she let her arm slip from his. "What I wanted? Why, haven't you, all this time?" She caught the honest wonder of his tone. "I somehow fancied you'd rather blamed me for not talking more openly before. You've made me feel, at times, that I was sacrificing principles to expediency." She paused a moment over her reply. Then she asked, quietly, "What made you decide not to, any longer?" She felt again the vibration of a faint surprise. "Why, the wish to please you," he answered, almost too simply. "I wish you would not go on, then," she said abruptly. He stopped in his quick walk, and she felt his stare through the darkness. "Not go on?" "Call a hansom, please. I'm tired," broke from her with a sudden rush of physical weariness. Instantly his solicitude enveloped her. The room had been infernally hot, and then that confounded cigarette smoke. He had noticed once or twice that she looked pale. She mustn't come to another Saturday. She felt herself yielding, as she always did, to the warm influence of his concern for her, the feminine in her leaning on the man in him with a conscious intensity of abandonment. He put her in the hansom, and her hand stole into his in the darkness. A tear or two rose, and she let them fall. It was so delicious to cry over imaginary troubles. That evening, after dinner, he surprised her by reverting to the subject of his talk. He combined a man's dislike of uncomfortable questions with an almost feminine skill in eluding them, and she knew that if he returned to the subject he must have some special reason for doing so. "You seem not to have cared for what I said this afternoon. Did I put the case badly?" "No, you put it very well." "Then what did you mean by saying that you would rather not have me go on with it?" She glanced at him nervously, her ignorance of his intention deepening in her sense of helplessness. "I don't think I care to hear such things discussed in public." "I don't understand you," he exclaimed. Again the feeling that his surprise was genuine gave an air of obliquity to her own attitude. She was not sure that she understood herself. "Won't you explain?" he said with a tinge of impatience. Her eyes wandered about the familiar drawing-room, which had been the scene of so many of their evening confidences. The shaded lamps, the quiet-colored walls hung with mezzotints, the pale spring flowers scattered here and there in Venice glasses and bowls of old Sevres, she recalled, she hardly knew why, the apartment in which the evenings of her first marriage had been passed. A wilderness of rosewood and upholstery, with a picture of a Roman peasant above the mantelpiece, and a Greek slave in statuary marble between the folding doors of the back drawing-room. It was a room with which she had never been able to establish any closer relation than that between a traveller and a railway station. And now, as she looked about at the surroundings which stood for her deepest affinities, the room for which she had left that other room, she was startled by the same sense of strangeness and unfamiliarity. The prints, the flowers, the subdued tones of the old porcelains seemed to typify a superficial refinement that had no relation to the deeper significance of life. Suddenly she heard her husband repeating his question. "I don't know that I can explain," she faltered. He drew his armchair forward, so that he faced her across the hearth. The light of a reading lamp fell on his finely drawn face, which had a kind of surface sensitiveness akin to the surface refinement of its setting. "Is it that you no longer believe in our ideas?" he asked. "The ideas I am trying to teach. The ideas you and I are supposed to stand for." He paused a moment. "The ideas on which our marriage was founded." The blood rushed to her face. He had his reasons, then. She was sure now that he had his reasons. In the 10 years of their marriage, how often had either of them stopped to consider the ideas on which it was founded? How often does a man dig about the basement of his house to examine its foundation? The foundation is there, of course. The house rests on it, but one lives above stairs and not in the cellar. It was she, indeed, who in the beginning had insisted on reviewing the situation now and then, on recapitulating the reasons which justified her course, on proclaiming from time to time her adherence to the religion of personal independence. But she had long since ceased to feel the need of any such ideal standards, and had accepted her marriage as frankly and naturally as though it had been based on the primitive needs of the heart, and needed no special sanction to explain or justify it. "Of course I still believe in our ideas!" she exclaimed. "Then I repeat that I don't understand. It was a part of your theory that the greatest possible publicity should be given to our view of marriage. Have you changed your mind in that respect?" She hesitated. "It depends on circumstances, on the public one is addressing. The set of people that the Van Siderens get about them don't care for the truth or falseness of a doctrine. They are attracted simply by its novelty." "And yet it was in just such a set of people that you and I met, and learned the truth from each other." "That was different." "In what way?" "I was not a young girl, to begin with. It is perfectly unfitting that young girls should be present at such times, should hear such things discussed." "I thought you considered it one of the deepest social wrongs that such things never are discussed before young girls, but that is beside the point, for I don't remember seeing any young girl in my audience to-day." "Except Una Van Sideren." He turned slightly and pushed back the lamp at its elbow. "Oh, Miss Sideren, naturally." "Why naturally?" "The daughter of the house. Would you have had sent her out with her governess?" "If I had a daughter I should not allow such things to go on in my house." Westall, stroking his mustache, leaned back with a faint smile. "I fancy Miss Van Sideren is quite capable of taking care of herself." "No girl knows how to take care of herself till it's too late." "And yet you would deliberately deny her the surest means of self-defense?" "What do you call the surest means of self-defense?" "Some preliminary knowledge of human nature in its relation to the marriage tie." She made an impatient gesture. "How should you like to marry that kind of a girl?" immensely, if she were my kind of girl in other respects." She took up the argument at another point. "You are quite mistaken if you think such talk does not affect young girls. Una was in a state of the most absurd exaltation—" She broke off, wondering why she had spoken. Westall reopened a magazine which he had laid aside at the beginning of their discussion. "What you tell me is immensely flattering to my oratorical talent, but I fear you overrate its effect. I can assure you that Miss Van Sideren doesn't have to have her thinking done for her. She's quite capable of doing it herself." "You seem very familiar with her mental processes," flashed unguardedly from his wife. He looked up quietly from the pages he was cutting. "I should like to be," he answered. "She interests me." II. If there be a distinction in being misunderstood, it was one denied to Julia Westall when she left her first husband. Every one was ready to excuse and even to defend her. The world she adorned agreed that John Arment was impossible, and hostesses gave a sigh of relief at the thought that it would no longer be necessary to ask him to dine. There had been no scandal connected with the divorce. Neither side had accused the other of the offense euphemistically described as statutory. The Arments had indeed been obliged to transfer their allegiance to a state which recognized desertion as a cause for divorce, and construed the term so liberally that the seeds of desertions were shown to exist in every union. Even Mrs. Arment's second marriage did not make traditional morality stir in its sleep. It was known that she had not met her second husband till after she had parted from the first, and she had, moreover, replaced a rich man by a poor one. Though Clement Westall was acknowledged to be a rising lawyer, it was generally felt that his fortunes would not rise as rapidly as his reputation. The Westalls would probably always have to live quietly, and go out to dinner in cabs. Could there be better evidence of Mrs. Arment's complete disinterestedness? If the reasoning by which her friends justified her course was somewhat cruder and less complex than her own elucidation of the matter, both explanations led to the same conclusion. John Arment was impossible. The only difference was that, to his wife, his impossibility was something deeper than a social disqualification. She had once said, in ironical defense of her marriage, that it had at least preserved her from the necessity of sitting next to him at dinner. But she had not then realized at what cost the immunity was purchased. John Arment was impossible, but the sting of his impossibility lay in the fact that he made it impossible for those about him to be other than himself. By an unconscious process of elimination he had excluded from the world everything of which he did not feel a personal need; had become, as it were, a climate in which only his requirements survived. This might seem to imply a deliberate selfishness, but there was nothing deliberate about Arment. He was as instinctive as an animal or a child. It was this childish element in his nature which sometimes for a moment unsettled his wife's estimate of him. Was it possible that he was simply undeveloped, that he had delayed, somewhat longer than is usual, the laborious process of growing up? He had the kind of sporadic shrewdness which causes it to be said of a dull man that he is no fool, and it was this quality that his wife found most trying. Even to the naturalist it is annoying to have his deductions disturbed by some unforeseen aberrancy of form or function, and how much more so to the wife whose estimate of herself is inevitably bound up with her judgment of her husband! Arment's shrewdness did not, indeed, imply any latent intellectual power. It suggested, rather, potentialities of feeling, of suffering, perhaps, in a blind rudimentary way on which Julia's sensibilities naturally declined to linger. She so fully understood her own reasons for leaving him that she disliked to think they were not as comprehensible to her husband. She was haunted, in her analytic moments by the look of perplexity, too inarticulate for words, with which he had acquiesced to her explanations. These moments were rare with her, however. Her marriage had been too concrete a misery to be surveyed philosophically. If she had been unhappy for complex reasons, the unhappiness was as real as though it had been uncomplicated. Soul is more bruisable than flesh, and Julia was wounded in every fibre of her spirit. Her husband's personality seemed to be closing gradually in on her, obscuring the sky and cutting off the air, till she felt herself shut up among the decaying bodies of her starved hopes. A sense of having been decoyed by some world-old conspiracy into this bondage of body and soul filled her with despair. If marriage was the slow, lifelong acquittal of a debt contracted in ignorance, then marriage was a crime against human nature. She, for one, would have no share in maintaining the pretense of which she had been a victim. The pretense that a man and a woman, forced into the narrowest of personal relations, must remain there till the end, though they may have outgrown the span of each other's natures as the mature tree outgrows the iron brace about the sapling. It was in the first heat of her moral indignation that she had met Clement Westall. She had seen at once that he was interested, and had fought off the discovery, dreading any influence that should draw her back into the bondage of conventional relations. To ward off the peril she had, with an almost crude precipitancy, revealed her opinions to him. To her surprise she found that he shared them. She was attracted by the frankness of a suitor who, while pressing his suit, admitted that he did not believe in marriage. Her worst audacities did not seem to surprise him. He had thought out all that she had felt, and they had reached the same conclusion. People grew at varying rates, and the yoke that was an easy fit for the one might soon become galling to the other. That was what divorce was for, the readjustment of personal relations. As soon as their necessarily transitive nature was recognized, they would gain in dignity as well as in harmony. There would be no farther need of the ignoble concessions and connivances, the perpetual sacrifice of personal delicacy and moral pride, by means of which imperfect marriages were now held together. Each partner to the contract would be on his mettle, forced to live up to the highest standard of self-development, or pain of losing the other's respect and affection. The low nature could no longer drag the higher down, but must struggle to rise, or remain alone on its inferior level. The only necessary condition to a harmonious marriage was a frank recognition of this truth, and a solemn agreement between the contracting parties to keep faith with themselves, and not to live together for a moment after complete accord had ceased to exist between them. The new adultery was unfaithfulness to self. It was, as Westall had just reminded her, on this understanding that they had married. The ceremony was an unimportant concession to social prejudice. Now that the door of divorce stood open, no marriage need be an imprisonment, and the contract therefore no longer involved any diminution of self-respect. The nature of their attachment placed them so far beyond the reach of such contingencies that it was easy to discuss them with an open mind, and Julia's sense of security made her dwell with a tender insistence on Westall's promise to claim his release when he should cease to love her. The exchange of these vows seemed to make them, in a sense, champions of the new law, pioneers in the forbidden realm of individual freedom. They felt that they had somehow achieved beatitude without martyrdom. This, as Julia now reviewed the past, she perceived to have been her theoretical attitude toward marriage. It was unconsciously, insidiously, that her 10 years of happiness with Westall had developed another conception of the tie, a reversion, rather, to the old instinct of passionate dependency and possessorship that now made her blood revolt at the mere hint of change. Change? Renewal? Was that what they had called it, in their foolish jargon? Destruction, extermination, rather, this rending of a myriad fibres interwoven with another's being. Another? But he was not other. He and she were one, one in the mystic sense which alone gave marriage its significance. The new law was not for them, but for the disunited creatures forced into a mockery of union. The gospel she had felt called on to proclaim had no bearing on her own case. She sent for the doctor and told him she was sure she needed a nerve tonic. She took the nerve tonic diligently, but it failed to act as a sedative to her fears. She did not know what she feared, but that made her anxiety the more pervasive. Her husband had not reverted to the subject of his Saturday talks. He was unusually kind and considerate, with a softening of his quick manner, a touch of shyness in his consideration, that sickened her with new fears. She told herself that it was because she looked badly, because he knew about the doctor and the nerve tonic, that he showed this deference to her wishes, this eagerness to screen her from moral draughts. But the explanation simply cleared the way for fresh inferences. The week passed slowly, vacantly, like a prolonged Sunday. On Saturday the Morning Post brought a note from Mrs. Van Sideren. Would dear Julia ask Mr. Westall to come half an hour earlier than usual, as there was to be some music after his talk? Westall was just leaving for his office when his wife read the note. She opened the drawing-room door and called him back to deliver the message. He glanced at the note and tossed it aside. What a bore! I shall have to cut my game of racquets. Well, I suppose it can't be helped. Will you write and say it's all right? Julia hesitated a moment, her hand stiffening on the chair back against which she leaned. You mean to go on with these talks? She asked. Why not? He returned, and this time it struck her that his surprise was not quite unfeigned. The discovery helped her to find words. You had started them with the idea of pleasing me. Well? I told you last week that they didn't please me. Last week? Oh. He seemed to make an effort of memory. I thought you were nervous then. You sent for the doctor the next day. It was not the doctor I needed. It was your assurance. My assurance? Suddenly she felt the floor fail under her. She sank into the chair with a choking throat, her words, her reasons slipping away from her like straws down a whirling flood. Clement, she cried, isn't it enough for you to know that I hate it? He turned to close the door behind them. Then he walked toward her and sat down. What is it that you hate? He asked gently. She had made a desperate effort to rally her routed argument. I can't bear to have you speak as if our marriage were like the other kind, the wrong kind. When I heard you there, the other afternoon, before all those inquisitive, gossiping people, proclaiming that husbands and wives had a right to leave each other whenever they were tired, or had seen someone else. Westall sat motionless, his eyes fixed on a pattern of the carpet. You have ceased to take this view, then, he said, as she broke off. You no longer believe that husbands and wives are justified in separating under such conditions? Under such conditions? She stammered. Yes, I still believe that, but how can we judge for others? What can we know of the circumstances? He interrupted her. I thought it was a fundamental article of our creed that the special circumstances produced by marriage were not to interfere with the full assertion of individual liberty. He paused a moment. I thought that was your reason for leaving Armand. She flushed to the forehead. It was not like him to give a personal turn to the argument. It was my reason, she said simply. Well, then, why do you refuse to recognize its validity now? I don't. I only say that one can't judge for others. He made an impatient movement. This is mere hair-splitting. What you mean is that, the doctrine having served your purpose when you needed it, you now repudiate it. Well, she exclaimed, flushing again, what if I do? What does it matter to us? Westall rose from his chair. He was excessively pale, and stood before his wife with something of the formality of a stranger. "It matters to me," he said in a low voice, "because I do not repudiate it." "Well?" "And because I had intended to invoke it as—" He paused, and drew his breath deeply. She sat silent, almost deafened by her heart-beats. "As in a complete justification of the course I am about to take." Julia remained motionless. "What course is that?" she asked. He cleared his throat. "I mean to claim the fulfillment of your promise." For an instant the room wavered and darkened. Then she recovered a torturing acuteness of vision. Every detail of her surroundings pressed upon her: the tick of the clock, the slant of sunlight on the wall, the hardness of the chair arms that she grasped, were a separate wound to each sense. "My promise," she faltered. "Your part of our mutual agreement to set each other free, if one or the other should wish to be released." She was silent again. He waited a moment, shifting his position nervously. Then he said, with a touch of irritability, "You acknowledge the agreement?" The question went through her like a shock. She lifted her head to it proudly. "I acknowledge the agreement," she said. "And you don't mean to repudiate it?" A log on the hearth fell forward, and mechanically he advanced and pushed it back. "No," she answered slowly, "I don't mean to repudiate it." There was a pause. He remained near the hearth, his elbow resting on the mantel shelf. Close to his hand stood a little cup of jade that he had given her on one of their wedding anniversaries. She wondered vaguely if he noticed it. "You intend to leave me, then?" she said at length. His gesture seemed to deprecate the crudeness of the allusion. "To marry someone else?" Again his eye and hand protested. She rose and stood before him. "Why should you be afraid to tell me? Is it Una van Sideren?" He was silent. "I wish you good luck," she said. III. She looked up, finding herself alone. She did not remember when or how he had left the room, or how long afterward she had sat there. The fire still smouldered on the hearth, but the slant of sunlight had left the wall. Her first conscious thought was that she had not broken her word, that she had fulfilled the very letter of their bargain. There had been no crying out, no vain appeal to the past, no attempt at temporizing or evasion. She had marched straight up to the guns. Now that it was over, she sickened to find herself alive. She looked about her, trying to recover her hold on reality. Her identity seemed to be slipping from her, as it disappears in a physical swoon. "This is my room. This is my house," she heard herself saying. Her room, her house. She could almost hear the walls laugh back at her. She stood up, a dull ache in every bone. The silence of the room frightened her. She remembered now having heard the front door close a long time ago. The sound suddenly re-echoed through her brain. Her husband must have left the house then. Her husband? She no longer knew in what terms to think. The simplest phrases had a poisoned edge. She sank back into her chair, overcome by a strange weakness. The clock struck 10. It was only 10 o'clock. Suddenly she remembered that she had not ordered dinner. Or were they dining out that evening? Dinner? Dining out? The old meaningless phraseology pursued her. She must try to think of herself as she would think of some one else, a someone disassociated from all the familiar routine of the past, whose wants and habits must gradually be learned, as one might spy out the ways of a strange animal. The clock struck another hour, 11. She stood up again and walked to the door. She thought she would go upstairs to her room. Her room? Again the word derided her. She opened the door, crossed the narrow hall, and walked up the stairs. As she passed, she noticed Westall's sticks and umbrellas. A pair of his gloves lay on the hall table. The same stair carpet mounted between the same walls. the same old French print, in its narrow black frame, faced her on the landing. This visual continuity was intolerable. Within, a gasping chasm, without the same untroubled and familiar surface. She must get away from it before she could attempt to think. But once in her room, she sat down on the lounge, a stupor creeping over her. Gradually her vision cleared. A great deal had happened in the interval, a wild marching and countermarching of emotions, arguments, ideas, a fury of insurgent impulses that fell back spent upon themselves. She had tried, at first, to rally, to organize these chaotic forces. There must be help somewhere, if only she could master the inner tumult. Life could not be broken off short like this, for a whim, a fancy. The law itself would side with her, would defend her. The law? What claim had she upon it? She was the prisoner of her own choice. She had been her own legislator, and she was the predestined victim of the code she had devised. But this was grotesque, intolerable, a mad mistake, for which she could not be held accountable. The law she had despised was still there, might still be invoked. Invoked, but to what end? Could she ask to chain Westall to her side? She had been allowed to go free when she claimed her freedom. Should she show less magnanimity than she had exacted? Magnanimity? The word lashed her with its irony. One does not strike an attitude when one is fighting for life. She would threaten, grovel, cajole. She would yield anything to keep her hold on happiness. Ah, but the difficulty lay deeper. The law could not help her. Her own apostasy could not help her. She was the victim of the theories she renounced. It was as though some giant machine of her own making had caught her up in its wheels and was grinding her to atoms. It was afternoon when she found herself out of doors. She walked with an aimless haste, fearing to meet familiar faces. The day was radiant, metallic, one of those searching American days so calculated to reveal the shortcomings of our street cleaning and the excesses of our architecture. The streets looked bare and hideous. Everything stared and glittered. She called a passing hansom, and gave Mrs. Van Sideren's address. She did not know what had led up to the act, but she found herself suddenly resolved to speak, to cry out a warning. It was too late to save herself, but the girl might still be told. The hansom rattled up Fifth Avenue. She sat with her eyes fixed, avoiding recognition. At the Van Siderens' door she sprang out and rang the bell. Action had cleared her brain, and she felt calm and self-possessed. She knew now exactly what she meant to say. The ladies were both out. The parlour-maid stood waiting for a card. Julia, with a vague murmur, turned away from the door and lingered a moment on the sidewalk. Then she remembered that she had not paid the cab-driver. She drew $1 from her purse and handed it to him. He touched his hat and drove off, leaving her alone in the long empty street. She wandered away westward, toward strange thoroughfares where she was not likely to meet acquaintances. The feeling of aimlessness had returned. Once she had found herself in the afternoon torrent of Broadway, swept past tawdry shops and flaming theatrical posters, with a succession of meaningless faces gliding by in the opposite direction. A feeling of faintness reminded her that she had not eaten since morning. She turned into a side street of shabby houses with rows of ash barrels behind bent area railings. In a basement window she saw the sign, "Ladies' Restaurant." A pie and a dish of doughnuts lay against the dusty pane like petrified food in an ethnological museum. She entered, and a young woman with a weak mouth and a brazen eye cleared a table for her near the window. The table was covered with a red and white cotton cloth, and adorned with a bunch of celery in a thick tumbler, and a salt cellar full of grayish, lumpy salt. Julia ordered tea, and sat a long time waiting for it. She was glad to be away from the noise and confusion of the streets. The low-ceilinged room was empty, and 2 or 3 waitresses with thin, pert faces lounged in the background, staring at her and whispering together. At last the tea was brought in a discolored metal teapot. Julia poured a cup and drank it hastily. It was black and bitter, but it flowed through her veins like an elixir. She was almost dizzy with exhilaration. Oh, how tired, how unutterably tired she had been! She drank a second cup, blacker and bitterer, and now her mind was once more working clearly. She felt as vigorous, as decisive, as when she had stood on the Van Siderens' doorstep, but the wish to return there had subsided. She saw now the futility of such an attempt, the humiliation to which it might have exposed her. The pity of it was that she did not know what to do next. The short winter day was fading, and she realized that she could not remain much longer in the restaurant without attracting notice. She paid for her tea and went out into the street. The lamps were alight, and here and there a basement shop cast an oblong of gaslight across the fissured pavement. In the dusk there was something sinister about the aspect of the street, and she hastened back toward Fifth Avenue. She was not used to being out alone at that hour. At the corner of Fifth Avenue she paused and stood watching the stream of carriages. At last a policeman caught sight of her and signed to her that he would take her across. She had not meant to cross the street, but she obeyed automatically and presently found herself on the farther corner. There she paused again for a moment, but she fancied the policeman was watching her, and this sent her hastening down the nearest side street. After that she walked a long time, vaguely. Night had fallen, and now and then, through the windows of a passing carriage, she caught the expanse of an evening waistcoat, or the shimmer of an opera cloak. Suddenly she found herself in a familiar street. She stood still a moment, breathing quickly. She had turned the corner without noticing whither it led, but now, a few yards ahead of her, she saw the house in which she had once lived, her first husband's house. The blinds were drawn, and only a faint translucence marked the windows and the transom above the door. As she stood there she heard a step behind her, and a man walked by in the direction of the house. He walked slowly, with a heavy, middle-aged gait, his head sunk a little between the shoulders, the red crease of his neck visible above the fur collar of his overcoat. He crossed the street, went up the steps of the house, drew forth a latchkey, and let himself in. There was no one else in sight. Julia leaned for a long time against the area rail at the corner, her eyes fixed on the front of the house. The feeling of physical weariness had returned, but the strong tea still throbbed in her veins and lit her brain with an unnatural clearness. Presently she heard another step draw near, and moving quickly away, she too crossed the street and mounted the steps of the house. The impulse which had carried her there prolonged itself in a quick pressure of the electric bell. Then she felt suddenly weak and tremulous, and grasped the balustrade for support. The door opened, and a young footman with a fresh, inexperienced face stood on the threshold. Julia knew in an instant that he would admit her. "I saw Mr. Armand going in just now," she said. "Will you ask him to see me for a moment?" The footman hesitated. "I think Mr. Armand has gone up to dress for dinner, madam." Julia advanced into the hall. "I am sure he will see me. I will not detain him long," she said. She spoke quietly, authoritatively, in the tone which a good servant does not mistake. The footman had his hand on the drawing-room door. "I will tell him, madam. What name, please?" Julia trembled. She had not thought of that. "Merely say a lady," she returned carelessly. The footman wavered, and she fancied herself lost. But at that instant the door opened from within, and John Armand stepped into the hall. He drew back sharply as he saw her, his florid face turning sallow with the shock. Then the blood poured back to it, swelling the veins on his temples and reddening the lobes of his thick ears. It was long since Julia had seen him, and she was startled at the change in his appearance. He had thickened, coarsened, settled down into the enclosing flesh. But she noted this insensibly. Her one conscious thought was that, now she was face to face with him, she must not let him escape till he had heard her. Every pulse in her body throbbed with the urgency of her message. She went up to him as he drew back. "I must speak to you," she said. Armand hesitated, red and stammering. Julia glanced at the footman, and her look acted as a warning. The instinctive shrinking from a scene predominated over every other impulse, and Armand said slowly, "Will you come this way?" He followed her into the drawing-room and closed the door. Julia, as she advanced, was vaguely aware that the room at least was unchanged. Time had not mitigated its horrors. The contadina still lurched from the chimney breast, and the Greek slave obstructed the threshold of the inner room. The place was alive with memories. They started out from every fold of the yellow satin curtains and glided between the angles of the rosewood furniture. But while some subordinate agency was carrying these impressions to her brain, her whole conscious effort was centered in the act of dominating Armand's will. The fear that he would refuse to hear her mounted like fever to her brain. She felt her purpose melt before it, words and arguments running into each other in the heat of her longing. For a moment her voice failed her, and she imagined herself thrust out before she could speak, but as she was struggling for a word, Armand pushed a chair forward and said quietly, "You are not well." The sound of his voice steadied her. It was neither kind nor unkind, a voice that suspended judgment, rather, awaiting unforeseen developments. She supported herself against the back of the chair, and drew a deep breath. "Shall I send for something?" he continued, with a cold, embarrassed politeness. Julia raised an entreating hand. "No, no, thank you. I am quite well." He paused midway toward the bell, and turned on her. "Then may I ask—" "Yes," she interrupted him. "I came here because I wanted to see you. There is something I must tell you." Armand continued to scrutinize her. "I am surprised at that," he said. "I should have supposed that any communication you may wish to make could have been made through our lawyers." "Our lawyers!" She burst into a little laugh. "I don't think they could help me, this time." Armand's face took on a barricaded look. "If there is any question of help, of course." It struck her, whimsically, that she had seen that look when some shabby devil called with a subscription book. Perhaps he thought she wanted him to put his name down for so much in sympathy, or even in money. The thought made her laugh again. She saw his look change slowly to perplexity. All his facial changes were slow, and she remembered suddenly how it had once diverted her to shift that lumbering scenery with a word. For the first time it struck her that she had been cruel. "There is a question of help," she said in a softer key. "You can help me, but only by listening. I want to tell you something." Armand's resistance was not yielding. "Would it not be easier to write?" he suggested. She shook her head. "There is no time to write, and it won't take long." She raised her head, and their eyes met. "My husband has left me," she said. "Westall?" he stammered, reddening again. "Yes, this morning, just as I left you, because he was tired of me." The words, uttered scarcely above a whisper, seemed to dilate to the limit of the room. Armand looked toward the door. Then his embarrassed glance returned to Julia. "I am very sorry," he said awkwardly. "Thank you," she murmured. "But I don't see—" "No, but you will, in a moment. Won't you listen to me, please?" Instinctively she had shifted her position, putting herself between him and the door. "It happened this morning," she went on in short, breathless phrases. "I never suspected anything. I thought we were perfectly happy. Suddenly he told me he was tired of me. There is a girl he likes better. He has gone to her." As she spoke, the lurking anguish rose upon her, possessing her once more to the exclusion of every other emotion. Her eyes ached, her throat swelled with it, and two painful tears burnt away down her face. Armand's constraint was increasing visibly. This is very unfortunate," he began, "but I should say the law—" "The law," she echoed ironically, "when he asked for his freedom?" "You are not obliged to give it." "You are not obliged to give me mine, but you did." He made a protesting gesture. "You saw that the law couldn't help you, didn't you?" she went on. "That is what I see now. The law represents material rights. It can't go beyond. If we don't recognize an inner law, the obligation that love creates, being loved as well as loving, there is nothing to prevent our spreading ruin unhindered. Is there?" She raised her head plaintively, with the look of a bewildered child. "That is what I see now. What I wanted to tell you. He leaves me because he's tired. But I was not tired, and I don't understand why he is. That's the dreadful part of it, the not understanding. I hadn't realized what it meant, but I've been thinking of it all day, and things have come back to me, things I hadn't noticed. When you and I—" She moved closer to him, and fixed her eyes on his with the gaze that tries to reach beyond words. "I see now that you didn't understand, did you?" Their eyes met in a sudden shock of comprehension. A veil seemed to be lifted between them. Armand's lip trembled. "No," he said, "I didn't understand." She gave a little cry, almost of triumph. "Ah, I knew it! I knew it! You wondered, you tried to tell me, but no words came. You saw your life falling in ruins, the world slipping from you, and you couldn't speak or move." She sank down on the chair against which she had been leaning. "Now I know, now I know," she repeated. "I am very sorry for you," she heard Armand stammer. She looked up quickly. "That's not what I came for. I don't want you to be sorry. I came to ask you to forgive me for not understanding that you didn't understand. That's all I wanted to say." She rose with a vague sense that the end had come, and put out a groping hand toward the door. Armand stood motionless. She turned to him with a faint smile. "You forgive me?" "There is nothing to forgive." "Then will you shake hands for good-bye?" She felt his hand in hers. It was nerveless, reluctant. "Good-bye," she repeated. "I understand now." She opened the door and passed out into the hall. As she did so, Armand took an impulsive step forward, but just then the footman, who was evidently alive to his obligations, advanced from the background to let her out. She heard Armand fall back. The footman threw open the door, and she found herself outside in the darkness. End of The Reckoning by Edith Wharton.
Section 3 of International Women's Literature Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel Klippenstein. Hymn for Holy Wednesday by Saint Cassia. Section 3. O Lord, the woman fallen among manifold sins, perceiving thy divinity, assumes the office of myrrh-bearer, and mourning beareth myrrh to thee before the day of thy burial, saying, Woe is me, for night is about me, the sting of passion, twilight, and moonless dark, even love of transgression. Accept, I entreat, my tears' fountains, who in vapours aloft drawest the waters of ocean. Bow down, I pray, and give ear to my heart's bitter groanings, thou who didst bend the heavens, emptying thee of thy glory. I will kiss thy undefiled feet, and will wipe them dry again with the curling locks of my head, the feet whose dread sound Eve in paradise heard in her ears and hid for terror. The fullness of my sins and the abysses of thy judgments who can explore, soul-saver, deliverer mine? Turn not thy sight from thy servant, thou whose compassion is infinite. End of section 3.
Section 5 of International Women's Literature Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Xingu by Edith Wharton. 1. Mrs. Ballinger is one of the ladies who pursue culture in bands, as though it were dangerous to meet alone. To this end she had founded the Lunch Club, an association composed of herself and several other indomitable huntresses of erudition. The Lunch Club, after 3 or 4 winters of lunching and debate, had acquired such local distinction that the entertainment of distinguished strangers became one of its accepted functions, in recognition of which it duly extended to the celebrated Osric Dane, on the day of her arrival in Hillbridge, an invitation to be present at the next meeting. The club was to meet at Mrs. Ballinger's. The other members, behind her back, were of one voice in deploring her unwillingness to cede her rights in favour of Mrs. Plinth, whose house made a more impressive setting for the entertainment of celebrities, while, as Mrs. Leveret observed, there was always the picture gallery to fall back on. Mrs. Plinth made no secret of sharing this view. She had always regarded it as one of her obligations to entertain the Lunch Club's distinguished guests. Mrs. Plinth was almost as proud of her obligations as she was of her picture gallery. She was in fact fond of implying that the one possession implied the other, and that only a woman of her wealth could afford to live up to a standard as high as that which she had set herself. An all-round sense of duty, roughly adaptable to various ends, was, in her opinion, all that Providence exacted of the more humbly stationed, but the power which had predestined Mrs. Plinth to keep a footman clearly intended her to maintain an equally specialized staff of responsibilities. It was the more to be regretted that Mrs. Ballinger, whose obligations to society were bounded by the narrow scope of 2 parlour-maids, should have been so tenacious of the right to entertain Osric Dane. The question of that lady's reception had for a month past profoundly moved the members of the Lunch Club. It was not that they felt themselves unequal to the task, but that their sense of the opportunity plunged them into the agreeable uncertainty of the lady who weighs the alternatives of a well-stocked wardrobe. If such subsidiary members as Mrs. Leveret were fluttered by the thought of exchanging ideas with the author of The Wings of Death, no forebodings disturbed the conscious adequacy of Mrs. Plinth, Mrs. Ballinger, and Miss Van Vluyck. The Wings of Death had, in fact, at Miss Van Vluyck's suggestion, been chosen as the subject of discussion at the last club meeting, and each member had thus been enabled to express her own opinion or to appropriate whatever sounded well in the comments of others. Mrs. Roby alone had abstained from profiting by the opportunity, but it was now openly recognized that, as a member of the Lunch Club, Mrs. Roby was a failure. "It all comes," as Miss Van Vluyck put it, "of accepting a woman on a man's estimation." Mrs. Roby, returning to Hillbridge from a prolonged sojourn in exotic lands, the other ladies no longer took the trouble to remember where, had been heralded by the distinguished biologist, Professor Forland, as the most agreeable woman he had ever met, and the members of the Lunch Club, impressed by an encomium that carried the weight of a diploma, and rashly assuming that the professor's social sympathies would follow the line of his professional bent, had seized the chance of annexing a biological member. Their disillusionment was complete. At Miss Van Vluyck's first offhand mention of the pterodactyl, Mrs. Roby had confusedly murmured, "I know so little about meters," and after that painful betrayal of incompetence she had prudently withdrawn from farther participation in the mental gymnastics of the club. "I suppose she flattered him," Miss Van Vluyck summed up, "or else it's the way she does her hair." The dimensions of Miss Van Vluyck's dining-room having restricted the membership of the club to 6, the non-conductiveness of one member was a serious obstacle to the exchange of ideas, and some wonder had already been expressed that Mrs. Roby should care to live, as it were, on the intellectual bounty of the others. This feeling was increased by the discovery that she had not yet read The Wings of Death. She owned to having heard the name of Osric Dane, but that, incredible as it appeared, was the extent of her acquaintance with the celebrated novelist. The ladies could not conceal their surprise, but Mrs. Ballinger, whose pride in the club made her wish to put even Mrs. Roby in the best possible light, gently insinuated that, though she had not had time to acquaint herself with The Wings of Death, she must at least be familiar with its equally remarkable predecessor, The Supreme Instant. Mrs. Roby wrinkled her sunny brows in a conscientious effort of memory, as a result of which she recalled that, oh yes, she had seen the book at her brother's, when she was staying with him in Brazil, and had even carried it off to read one day on a boating party, But they had all got to shying things at each other in the boat, and the book had gone overboard, so she had never had the chance. The picture evoked by this anecdote did not increase Mrs. Roby's credit with the club, and there was a painful pause, which was broken by Mrs. Plinth's remarking, "I can understand that, with all your other pursuits, you should not find much time for reading, but I should have thought you might at least got up The Wings of Death before Osric Dane's arrival." Mrs. Roby took this rebuke good-humouredly. She had meant, she owned, to glance through the book, but she had been so absorbed in a novel of Trollope's that— "No one reads Trollope now," Mrs. Ballinger interrupted. Mrs. Roby looked pained. "I'm only just beginning," she confessed. "And does he interest you?" Mrs. Plinth inquired. "He amuses me." "Amusement," said Mrs. Plinth, "is hardly what I look for in my choice of books." "Oh, certainly, The Wings of Death is not amusing," ventured Mrs. Leveret, whose manner of putting forth an opinion was like that of an obliging salesman with a variety of other styles to submit if his first selection does not suit. "Was it meant to be?" enquired Mrs. Plinth, who was fond of asking questions that she permitted no one but herself to answer. "Assuredly not." "Assuredly not, that is what I was going to say," assented Mrs. Leveret, hastily rolling up her opinion and reaching for another. "It was meant to elevate." Miss Van Vluck adjusted her spectacles as though they were the black cap of condemnation. "I hardly see," she interposed, "how a book steeped in the bitterest pessimism can be said to elevate, however much it may instruct." "I meant, of course, to instruct," said Mrs. Leveret, flurried by the unexpected distinction between two terms which she had supposed to be synonymous. Mrs. Leveret's enjoyment of the lunch club was frequently marred by such surprises, and not knowing her own value to the other ladies as a mirror for their mental complacency, she was sometimes troubled by a doubt of her worthiness to join in their debates. It was only the fact of having a dull sister who thought her clever that saved her from a sense of hopeless inferiority. "Do they get married in the end?" Mrs. Roby interposed. "They? Who?" the Lunch Club collectively exclaimed. "Why, the girl and the man. It's a novel, isn't it? I always think that's the one thing that matters. If they're parted, it spoils my dinner." Mrs. Plinth and Mrs. Ballinger exchanged scandalized glances, and the latter said, "I should hardly advise you to read The Wings of Death in that spirit. For my part, when there are so many books one has to read, I wonder how anyone can find time for those that are merely amusing." "The beautiful part of it," Laura Glyde murmured, "is surely just this, that no one can tell how The Wings of Death ends. Osric Dane, overcome by the awful significance of her own meaning, has mercifully veiled it, perhaps even from herself, as Apelle, in repenting the sacrifice of Iphigenia, veiled the face of Agamemnon." "What's that? Is it poetry?" whispered Mrs. Leveret to Mrs. Plinth, who, disdaining a definite reply, said coldly, "You should look it up. I always make it a point to look things up." Her tone added, "Though I might easily have it done for me by the footman." "I was about to say," Miss Van Vluck resumed, "that it must always be a question whether a book can instruct unless it elevates." "Oh," murmured Mrs. Leveret, now feeling herself hopelessly astray. "I don't know," said Mrs. Ballinger, scenting in Miss Van Vluck's tone a tendency to depreciate the coveted distinction of entertaining Osric Dane. "I don't know that such a question can seriously be raised as to a book which has attracted more attention among thoughtful people than any novel since Robert Elsmere." "Oh, but don't you see," exclaimed Laura Glyde, "that it's just the dark hopelessness of it all, the wonderful tone scheme of black on black, that makes it such an artistic achievement. It reminded me of when I read of Prince Rupert's Manière Noire. The book is etched, not painted, yet one feels the colour values so intensely." "Who is he?" Mrs. Leveret whispered to her neighbour. "Someone she's met abroad?" "The wonderful part of the book," Mrs. Ballinger concluded, "is that it may be looked at from so many points of view. I hear that as a study of determinism Professor Lupton ranks it with the data of ethics." "I'm told that Osric Dane spent 10 years in preparatory studies before beginning to write it," said Mrs. Plinth. She looks up everything, verifies everything. It has always been my principle, as you know. Nothing would induce me now to put aside a book before I'd finished it, just because I can buy as many more as I want." "And what do you think of The Wings of Death?" Mrs. Roby abruptly asked her. It was the kind of question that might be termed out of order, and the ladies glanced at each other as though disclaiming any share in such a breach of discipline. They all knew there was nothing Mrs. Plinth so much disliked as being asked her opinion of a book. Books were written to read. If one read them, what more could be expected? To be questioned in detail regarding the contents of a volume seemed to her as great an outrage as being searched for smuggled laces at the custom-house. The club had always respected this idiosyncrasy of Mrs. Plinth's. Such opinions as she had were imposing and substantial. Her mind, like her house, was furnished with monumental pieces that were not meant to be disarranged, and it was one of the unwritten rules of the Lunch Club that within her own province each member's habits of thought should be respected. The meeting therefore closed with an increased sense, on the part of the other ladies, of Mrs. Roby's hopeless unfitness to be one of them. 2. Mrs. Leveret, on the eventful day, arrived early at Mrs. Ballinger's, her volume of Appropriate Allusions in her pocket. It always flustered Mrs. Leveret to be late at the Lunch Club. She liked to collect her thoughts and gather a hint, as the others assembled, of the turn the conversation was likely to take. To-day, however, she felt herself completely at a loss, and even the familiar contact of Appropriate Allusions, which stuck into her as she sat down, failed to give her any reassurance. It was an admirable little volume, compiled to meet all the social emergencies, so that, whether on the occasion of anniversaries, joyful or melancholy, as the classification ran, of banquets, social or municipal, or of baptisms, Church of England or sectarian, its student need never be at a loss for a pertinent reference. Mrs. Leveret, though she had for years devoutly conned its pages, valued it, however, rather for its moral support than for its practical services. For though in the privacy of her own room she commanded an army of quotations, these invariably deserted her at the critical moment, and the only phrase she retained, "Canst thou draw out Leviathan with a hook?" was one she had never yet found occasion to apply. To-day she felt that even the complete mastery of the volume would hardly have ensured her self-possession, for she thought it probable that, even if she did, in some miraculous way, remember an allusion, it would be only to find that Osric Dane used a different volume. Mrs. Leveret was convinced that literary people always carried them, and would consequently not recognize her quotations. Mrs. Leveret's sense of being adrift was intensified by the appearance of Mrs. Ballinger's drawing-room. To a careless eye its aspect was unchanged, but those acquainted with Mrs. Ballinger's way of arranging her books would instantly have detected the marks of recent perturbation. Mrs. Ballinger's province, as a member of the Lunch Club, was the book of the day. On that, whatever it was, from a novel to a treatise on experimental psychology, she was confidently, authoritatively up. What became of last year's books, or last week's even, what she did with the subjects she had previously professed with equal authority, no one had ever yet discovered. Her mind was like an hotel, where facts came and went like transient lodgers, without leaving their address behind, and frequently without paying for their board. It was Mrs. Ballinger's boast that she was abreast with the thought of the day, and her pride that this advanced position should be expressed by the books on her table. These volumes, frequently renewed, and almost always damp from the press, bore names generally unfamiliar to Mrs. Leveret, and giving her, as she furtively scanned them, a disheartening glimpse of new fields of knowledge to be breathlessly traversed in Mrs. Ballinger's wake. But to-day a number of maturer-looking volumes were adroitly mingled with the primeur of the press. Karl Marx jostled Professor Bergson, and the Confessions of St. Augustine lay beside the last work on Mendelism, so that even to Mrs. Leveret's fluttered perceptions it was clear that Mrs. Ballinger didn't in the least know what Osric Dane was likely to talk about, and had taken measures to be prepared for anything. Mrs. Leveret felt like a passenger on an ocean steamer who is told that there is no immediate danger, but that she had better put on her life-belt. It was a relief to be roused from these forebodings by Miss Van Vluck's arrival. "Well, my dear," the newcomer briskly asked her hostess, "what subjects are we to discuss to-day?" Mrs. Ballinger was furtively replacing a volume of Wordsworth by a copy of Verlaine. "I hardly know," she said, somewhat nervously. "Perhaps we had better leave that to circumstances." "Circumstances?" said Miss Van Vluck dryly. That means, I suppose, that Laura Glyde will take the floor as usual, and we shall be deluged with literature." Philanthropy and statistics were Miss Van Vluck's province, and she resented any tendency to divert their guests' attention from these topics. Mrs. Plinth at this moment appeared. "Literature!" she protested in a tone of remonstrance. "But that is perfectly unexpected. I understood we were to talk of Osric Dane's novel." Mrs. Ballinger winced at the discrimination, but let it pass. "We can hardly make that our chief subject, at least not too intentionally," she suggested. "Of course we can let our talk drift in that direction, but we ought to have some other topic as an introduction, and that is what I wanted to consult you about. The fact is, we know so little of Osric Dane's tastes and interests that it is difficult to make any special preparation." "It may be difficult," said Mrs. Plinth with decision, "but it is necessary. I know what that happy-go-lucky principle leads to. As I told one of my nieces the other day, there are certain emergencies for which a lady should be always prepared. It's in shocking taste to wear colours when one pays a visit of condolence, or a last year's dress when there are reports that one's husband is on the wrong side of the market, and so it is with conversation. All I ask is that I should know beforehand what is to be talked about. Then I feel sure of being able to say the proper thing." "I quite agree with you," Mrs. Ballinger assented. "But—" And at that instant, heralded by the fluttered parlour-maid, Osric Dane appeared upon the threshold. Mrs. Leveret told her sister afterward that she had known at a glance what was coming. She saw that Osric Dane was not going to meet them half-way. That distinguished personage had indeed entered with an air of compulsion not calculated to promote the easy exercise of hospitality. She looked as though she were about to be photographed for a new edition of her books. The desire to propitiate a divinity is generally in inverse ratio to its responsiveness, and the sense of discouragement produced by Osric Dane's entrance visibly increased the Lunch Club's eagerness to please her. Any lingering idea that she might consider herself under an obligation to her entertainers was at once dispelled by her manner. As Mrs. Leveret said afterward to her sister, she had a way of looking at you that made you feel as if there was something wrong with your hat. This evidence of greatness produced such an immediate impression on the ladies that a shudder of awe ran through them when Mrs. Roby, as their hostess led the great personage into the dining-room, turned back to whisper to the others, "What a brute she is!" The hour about the table did not tend to revise this verdict. It was passed by Osric Dane in the silent deglutition of Mrs. Ballinger's menu, and by the members of the club in the emission of tentative platitudes which their guests seemed to swallow as perfunctorily as the successive courses of the luncheon. Mrs. Ballinger's reluctance to fix a topic had thrown the club into a mental disarray which increased with the return to the drawing-room, where the actual business of discussion was to open. Each lady waited for the other to speak, and there was a general shock of disappointment when their hostess opened the conversation by the painfully commonplace enquiry, "Is this your first visit to Hillbridge?" Even Mrs. Leveret was conscious that this was a bad beginning, and a vague impulse of deprecation made Miss Glyde interject, "It is a very small place indeed." Mrs. Plinth bristled. "We have a great many representative people," she said, in the tone of one who speaks for her order. Osric Dane turned to her. "What do they represent?" she asked. Mrs. Plinth's constitutional dislike to being questioned was intensified by her sense of unpreparedness, and her reproachful glance passed the question on to Mrs. Ballinger. "Why," said that lady, glancing in turn at the other members, "as a community I hope it is not too much to say that we stand for culture." "For art," Miss Glyde interjected. "For art and literature," Mrs. Ballinger amended. "And for sociology, I trust," snapped Miss Van Vluck. "We have a standard," said Mrs. Plinth, feeling herself suddenly secure on the vast expanse of a generalization, and Mrs. Leveret, thinking there must be room for more than one on so broad a statement, took courage to murmur, "Oh, certainly, we have a standard." "The object of our little club," Mrs. Ballinger continued, "is to concentrate the highest tendencies of Hillbridge, to centralize and focus its intellectual effort." This was felt to be so happy that the ladies drew an almost audible breath of relief. "We aspire," the President went on, "to be in touch with whatever is highest in art, literature, and ethics." Osric Dane again turned to her. "What ethics?" she asked. A tremor of apprehension encircled the room. None of the ladies required any preparation to pronounce on a question of morals, but when they were called ethics it was different. The club, when fresh from the Encyclopaedia Britannica, the Reader's Handbook, or Smith's Classical Dictionary, could deal confidently with any subject. But when taken unawares it had been known to define agnosticism as a heresy of the early Church, and Professor Froude as a distinguished histologist, and such minor members as Mrs. Leveret still secretly regarded ethics as something vaguely pagan. Even to Mrs. Ballinger, Osric Dane's question was unsettling, and there was a general sense of gratitude when Laura Glyde leaned forward to say, with her most sympathetic accent, "You must excuse us, Mrs. Dane, for not being able, just at present, to talk of anything but the wings of death." "Yes," said Miss Van Vluyck, with a sudden resolve to carry the war into the enemy's camp. "We are so anxious to know the exact purpose you had in mind in writing your wonderful book." "You will find," Mrs. Plinth interposed, "that we are not superficial readers." "We are eager to hear from you," Miss Van Vluyck continued, "if the pessimistic tendency of the book is an expression of your own convictions, or merely," Miss Glyde thrust in, "a sombre background brushed in to throw your figures into more vivid relief. Are you not primarily plastic?" "I have always maintained," Mrs. Ballinger interposed, "that you represent the purely objective method." Osric Dane helped herself critically to coffee. "How do you define objective?" she then inquired. There was a flurried pause before Laura Glyde intensely murmured, "In reading you, we don't define, we feel." Osric Dane smiled. "The cerebellum," she remarked, "is not infrequently the seat of the literary emotions." And she took a second lump of sugar. The sting that this remark was vaguely felt to conceal was almost neutralized by the satisfaction of being addressed in such technical language. "Ah, the cerebellum," said Miss Van Vluyck complacently. "The club took a course in psychology last winter." "Which psychology?" asked Osric Dane. There was an agonizing pause, during which each member of the club secretly deplored the distressing inefficiency of the others. Only Mrs. Roby went on placidly sipping her chartreuse. At last Mrs. Ballinger said, with an attempt at a high tone, "Well, really, you know, it was last year that we took psychology, and this winter we have been so absorbed in—" She broke off, nervously trying to recall some of the club's discussions, but her faculties seemed to be paralyzed by the petrifying stare of Osric Dane. What had the club been absorbed in? Mrs. Ballinger, with a vague purpose of gaining time, repeated slowly, "We've been so intensely absorbed in—" Mrs. Roby put down her liqueur glass and drew near the group with a smile. "In Xingu?" she gently prompted. A thrill ran through the other members. They exchanged confused glances, and then, with one accord, turned a gaze of mingled relief and interrogation on their rescuer. The expression of each denoted a different phase of the same emotion. Mrs. Plinth was the first to compose her features to an air of reassurance. After a moment's hasty adjustment, her look almost implied that it was she who had given the word to Mrs. Ballinger. "Xingu, of course!" exclaimed the latter with her accustomed promptness, while Miss Van Vluyck and Laura Glyde seemed to be plumbing the depths of memory, and Mrs. Leveret, feeling apprehensively for the appropriate allusions, was somehow reassured by the uncomfortable pressure of its bulk against her person. Osric Dane's change of countenance was no less striking than that of her entertainers. She too put down her coffee-cup, but with a look of distinct annoyance. She too wore, for a brief moment, what Mrs. Roby afterward described as the look of feeling for something in the back of her head, and before she could dissemble these momentary signs of weakness, Mrs. Roby, turning to her with a deferential smile, had said, "And we've been so hoping that today you would tell us just what you think of it." Osric Dane received the homage of the smile as a matter of course, but the accompanying question obviously embarrassed her, and it became clear to her observers that she was not quick at shifting her facial scenery. It was as though her countenance had been so long set in an expression of unchallenged superiority that the muscles had stiffened and refused to obey her orders. "Xingu," she said, as if seeking in her turn to gain time. Mrs. Roby continued to press her. "Knowing how engrossing the subject is, you will understand how it happens that the club has let everything else go to the wall for the moment. Since we took up Xingu, I might almost say, were it not for your books, that nothing else seems to us worth remembering." Osric Dane's stern features were darkened rather than lit up by an uneasy smile. "I am glad to hear that you make one exception," she gave out between narrowed lips. "Oh, of course," Mrs. Roby said prettily. "But as you have shown us that, so very naturally, you don't care to talk of your own things, we really can't let you off from telling us exactly what you think about Xingu, especially," she added with a still more persuasive smile, "as some people say that one of your last books was saturated with it." It was an "it," then. The assurance sped like fire through the parched minds of the other members. In their eagerness to gain the least little clue to Xingu, they almost forgot the joy of assisting at the discomfiture of Mrs. Dane. The latter reddened nervously under her antagonist's challenge. "May I ask," she faltered out, "to which of my books you refer?" Mrs. Roby did not falter. "That's just what I want you to tell us, because, though I was present, I didn't actually take part." "Present at what?" Mrs. Dane took her up, and for an instant the trembling members of the Lunch Club thought that the champion Providence had raised up for them had lost a point. But Mrs. Roby explained herself gaily. "At the discussion, of course. And so we're dreadfully anxious to know just how it was that you went into the Xingu." There was a portentous pause, a silence so big with incalculable dangers that the members with one accord checked the words on their lips, like soldiers dropping their arms to watch a single combat between their leaders. Then Mrs. Dane gave expression to their inmost dread by saying sharply, "Ah, you say the Xingu, do you?" Mrs. Roby smiled undauntedly. "It is a shade pedantic, isn't it? Personally, I always drop the article, but I don't know how the other members feel about it." The other members looked as though they would willingly have dispensed with this appeal to their opinion, and Mrs. Roby, after a bright glance about the group, went on, "They probably think, as I do, that nothing really matters except the thing itself, except Xingu." No immediate reply seemed to occur to Mrs. Dane, and Mrs. Ballinger gathered courage to say, "Surely every one must feel that about Xingu." Mrs. Plinth came to her support with a heavy murmur of assent, and Laura Glyde sighed out emotionally, "I have known cases where it has changed a whole life." "It has done me worlds of good," Mrs. Leveret interjected, seeming to herself to remember that she had either taken it or read it the winter before. "Of course," Mrs. Roby admitted, "the difficulty is that one must give up so much time to it. It's very long." "I can't imagine," said Miss Van Vluyck, "grudging the time given to such a subject." "And deep in places," Mrs. Roby pursued. So then it was a book. "And it isn't easy to skip." "I never skip," said Mrs. Plinth dogmatically. "Ah, it's dangerous too, in Xingu. Even at the start there are places where one must just wade through." "I should hardly call it wading," said Mrs. Ballinger sarcastically. Mrs. Roby sent her a look of interest. "Ah, you always found it went swimmingly?" Mrs. Ballinger hesitated. "Of course there are difficult passages," she conceded. "Yes, some are not at all clear, even," Mrs. Roby added, "if one is familiar with the original." "As I suppose you are?" Osric Dane interposed, suddenly fixing her with a look of challenge. Mrs. Roby met it by a deprecating gesture. "Oh, it's really not difficult up to a certain point, though some of the branches are very little known, and it's almost impossible to get at the source." "Have you ever tried?" Mrs. Plinth inquired, still distrustful of Mrs. Roby's thoroughness. Mrs. Roby was silent for a moment, then she replied with lowered lids, "No, but a friend of mine did, a very brilliant man, and he told me it was best for women not to." A shudder ran around the room. Mrs. Leveret coughed so that the parlour-maid, who was handing the cigarettes, should not hear. Miss Van Vluck's face took on a nauseated expression, and Mrs. Plinth looked as if she were passing someone she did not care to bow to. But the most remarkable result of Mrs. Roby's words was the effect they produced on the Lunch Club's distinguished guest. Osric Dane's impassive features suddenly softened to an expression of the warmest human sympathy, and edging her chair towards Mrs. Roby, she asked, "Did he really? And did you find he was right?" Mrs. Ballinger, in whom annoyance at Mrs. Roby's unwonted assumption of prominence was beginning to displace gratitude for the aid she had rendered, could not consent to her being allowed, by such dubious means, to monopolize the attention of their guest. If Osric Dane had not enough self-respect to resent Mrs. Roby's flippancy, at least the Lunch Club would do so in the person of its president. Mrs. Ballinger laid her hand on Mrs. Roby's arm. "We must not forget," she said with a frigid amiability, "that, absorbing as Xingu is to us, it may be less interesting to—" "Oh no, on the contrary, I assure you," Osric Dane intervened. "To others," Mrs. Ballinger finished firmly. "And we must not allow our little meeting to end without persuading Mrs. Dane to say a few words to us on a subject which, to-day, is much more present in all our thoughts. I refer, of course, to The Wings of Death." The other members, animated by various degrees of the same sentiment, and encouraged by the humanized mien of their redoubtable guest, repeated after Mrs. Ballinger, "Oh yes, you really must talk to us a little about your book." Osric Dane's expression became as bored, though not as haughty, as when her work had been previously mentioned. But before she could respond to Mrs. Ballinger's request, Mrs. Roby had risen from her seat, and was pulling down her veil over her frivolous nose. "I'm so sorry," she said, advancing toward her hostess with outstretched hand, "but before Mrs. Dane begins I think I'd better run away. Unluckily, as you know, I haven't read her books, so I should be at a terrible disadvantage among you all. And besides, I've an engagement to play bridge." If Mrs. Roby had simply pleaded her ignorance of Osric Dane's work as a reason for withdrawing, the Lunch Club, in view of her recent prowess, might have approved such evidence of discretion. But to couple this excuse with the brazen announcement that she was foregoing the privilege for the purpose of joining a bridge party was only one more instance of her deplorable lack of discrimination. The ladies were disposed, however, to feel that her departure, now that she had performed the sole service she was ever likely to render them, would probably make for greater order and dignity in the impending discussion, besides relieving them of the sense of self-distrust which her presence always mysteriously produced. Mrs. Ballinger therefore restricted herself to a formal murmur of regret, and the other members were just grouping themselves comfortably about Osric Dane, when the latter, to their dismay, started up from the sofa on which she had been seated. "Oh, wait! Do wait, and I'll go with you," she called out to Mrs. Roby, and seizing the hands of the disconcerted members, she administered a series of farewell pressures with the mechanical haste of a railway conductor punching tickets. "I'm so sorry, I'd quite forgotten," she flung back at them from the threshold. And as she joined Mrs. Roby, who had turned in surprise at her appeal, the other ladies had the mortification of hearing her say, in a voice which she did not take the pains to lower, "If you'll let me walk a little way with you, I should so like to ask you a few more questions about Xingu." 3. The incident had been so rapid that the door closed on the departing pair before the other members had time to understand what was happening. Then a sense of the indignity put upon them by Osric Dane's unceremonious desertion began to contend with the confused feeling that they had been cheated out of their due without exactly knowing how or why. There was a silence, during which Mrs. Ballinger, with a perfunctory hand, rearranged the skilfully grouped literature at which her distinguished guest had not so much as glanced. Then Miss Van Vluyck tartly pronounced, "Well, I can't say that I consider Osric Dane's departure a great loss." This confession crystallized the resentment of the other members, and Mrs. Leveret exclaimed, "I do believe she came on purpose to be nasty." It was Mrs. Plinth's private opinion that Osric Dane's attitude toward the Lunch Club might have been very different had it welcomed her in the majestic setting of the Plinth drawing-rooms, but not liking to reflect on the inadequacy of Mrs. Ballinger's establishment, she sought a roundabout satisfaction in depreciating her lack of foresight. "I said from the first that we ought to have had a subject ready. It's what always happens when you're unprepared. Now if we'd only got up Xingu—" The slowness of Mrs. Plinth's mental processes was always allowed for by the club, but this instance of it was too much for Mrs. Ballinger's equanimity. "Xingu!" she scoffed. "Why, it was the fact of our knowing so much more about it than she did, unprepared though we were, that made Osric Dane so furious. I should have thought that was plain enough to everybody." This retort impressed even Mrs. Plinth, and Laura Glyde, moved by an impulse of generosity, said, "Yes, we really ought to be grateful to Mrs. Roby for introducing the topic. It may have made Osric Dane furious, but at least it made her civil." "I'm glad we were able to show her," added Miss Van Vluyck, "that a broad and up-to-date culture is not confined to the great intellectual centres." This increased the satisfaction of the other members, and they began to forget their wrath against Osric Dane in the pleasure of having contributed to her discomfiture. Miss Van Vluyck thoughtfully rubbed her spectacles. "What surprised me most," she continued, was that Fanny Roby should be so up on Xingu. This remark threw a slight chill on the company, but Mrs. Ballinger said with an air of indulgent irony, "Mrs. Roby always has the knack of making a little go a long way. Still, we certainly owe her a debt for happening to remember that she'd heard of Xingu." And this was felt by the other members to be a graceful way of cancelling once for all the club's obligation to Mrs. Roby. Even Mrs. Leveret took courage to speed a timid shaft of irony. "I fancy Osric Dane hardly expected to take a lesson in Xingu at Hillbridge." Mrs. Ballinger smiled. "When she asked me what we represented, do you remember? I wish I'd simply said we represented Xingu." All the ladies laughed appreciatively at this sally, except Mrs. Plinth, who said, after a moment's deliberation, "I'm not sure it would have been wise to do so." Mrs. Ballinger, who was already beginning to feel as if she had launched at Osric Dane the retort which had just occurred to her, turned ironically on Mrs. Plinth. "May I ask why?" she inquired. Mrs. Plinth looked grave. "Surely," she said, "I understood from Mrs. Roby herself that the subject was one it was not as well to go into too deeply." Miss Van Vluyck rejoined with precision, "I think that applied only to an investigation of the origin of the and suddenly she found that her usually accurate memory had failed her. "It's a part of the subject I never studied myself," she concluded. "Nor I," said Mrs. Ballinger. Laura Glyde bent toward them with widened eyes. "And yet it seems, doesn't it, the part that is fullest of an esoteric fascination." "I don't know on what you base that," said Miss Van Vluyck argumentatively. "Well, didn't you notice how intensely interested Osric Dane became as soon as she heard what the brilliant foreigner—he was a foreigner, wasn't he?—had told Mrs. Roby about the origin of the right, or whatever you call it?" Mrs. Plinth looked disapproving, and Mrs. Ballinger visibly wavered. Then she said, "I think it may not be desirable to touch on that part of the subject in general conversation, but from the importance it evidently has to a woman of Osric Dane's distinction, I feel as if we ought not to be afraid to discuss it amongst ourselves, without gloves, though with closed doors, if necessary." "I'm quite of your opinion," Miss Van Vluyck came briskly to her support, "on condition, that is, that all grossness of language is avoided." "Oh, I'm sure we shall understand without that," Mrs. Leveret tittered, and Laura Glyde added significantly, "I fancy we can read between the lines," while Mrs. Ballinger rose to assure herself that the doors were really closed. Mrs. Plinth had not yet given her adhesion. "I hardly see," she began, "what benefit is to be derived from investigating such peculiar customs." But Mrs. Ballinger's patience had reached the extreme limit of tension. "This at least," she returned, "that we shall not be placed again in the humiliating position of finding ourselves less up on our own subjects than Fanny Roby." Even to Mrs. Plinth this argument was conclusive. She peered furtively about the room and lowered her commanding tones to ask, "Have you got a copy?" A copy?" stammered Mrs. Ballinger. She was aware that the other members were looking at her expectantly, and that this answer was inadequate, so she supported it by asking another question. "A copy of what?" Her companions bent their expectant gaze on Mrs. Plinth, who in turn appeared less sure of herself than usual. "Why, of the book," she explained. "What book?" snapped Miss Van Vluyck, almost as sharply as Osric Dane. Mrs. Ballinger looked at Laura Glyde, whose eyes were interrogatively fixed on Mrs. Leveret. The fact of being deferred to was so new to the latter that it filled her with an insane temerity. "Why, Xingu, of course!" she exclaimed. A profound silence followed this challenge to the resources of Mrs. Ballinger's library, and the latter, after glancing nervously toward books of the day, returned with dignity, "It's not a thing one cares to leave about." "I should think not!" exclaimed Mrs. Plinth. "It is a book, then?" said Miss Van Vluyck. This again threw the company into disarray, and Mrs. Ballinger with an impatient sigh rejoined, "Why, there is a book, naturally." "Then why did Miss Glyde call it a religion?" Laura Glyde started up. "A religion? I never—" "Yes, you did," Miss Van Vluyck insisted. "You spoke of rites, and Mrs. Plinth said it was a custom." Miss Glyde was evidently making a desperate effort to recall her statement, but accuracy of detail was not her strongest point. At length she began in a deep murmur, Surely they used to do something of the kind at the Eleusinian Mysteries. Oh, said Miss Van Vluyck on the verge of disapproval, and Mrs. Plinth protested. I understood there was to be no indelicacy. Mrs. Ballinger could not control her irritation. Really, it is too bad that we should not be able to talk the matter over quietly among ourselves. Personally, I think that if one goes into Xingu at all— Oh, so do I, cried Mrs. Glyde. And I don't see how one can avoid doing so, if one wishes to keep up with the thought of the day. Mrs. Leveret uttered an exclamation of relief. There, that's it, she interposed. What's it? The President took her up. Why, it's a thought. I mean, a philosophy. This seemed to bring a certain relief to Mrs. Ballinger and Laura Glyde, but Miss Van Vluyck said, Excuse me if I tell you that you're all mistaken. Xingu happens to be a language. A language? The Lunch Club cried. Certainly. Don't you remember Fanny Roby saying that there were several branches and that some were hard to trace? What could that apply to but dialects? Mrs. Ballinger could no longer restrain a contemptuous laugh. Really, if the Lunch Club has reached such a pass that it has to go to Fanny Roby for instruction on a subject like Xingu, it had better almost cease to exist. It's really her fault for not being clearer, Laura Glyde put in. Oh, clearness and Fanny Roby, Mrs. Ballinger shrugged. I dare say we shall find she was mistaken on almost every point. Why not look it up? Asked Mrs. Plinth. As a rule, this recurrent suggestion of Mrs. Plinth's was ignored in the heat of discussion, and only resorted to afterward in the privacy of each member's home. But on the present occasion the desire to ascribe their own confusion of thought to the vague and contradictory nature of Mrs. Roby's statements caused the members of the Lunch Club to utter a collective demand for a book of reference. At this point the production of her treasured volume gave Mrs. Leveret, for a moment, the unusual experience of occupying the centre front, but she was not able to hold it long, for appropriate allusions contained no mention of Xingu. "Oh, that's not the kind of thing we want!" exclaimed Miss Van Vluyck. She cast a disparaging glance over Mrs. Ballinger's assortment of literature, and added impatiently, "Haven't you any useful books?" "Of course I have," replied Mrs. Ballinger indignantly. "I keep them in my husband's dressing-room." From this region, after some difficulty and delay, the parlour-maid produced the W to Z volume of an encyclopaedia, and, in deference to the fact that the demand for it had come from Miss Van Vluyck, laid the ponderous tome before her. There was a moment of painful suspense while Miss Van Vluyck rubbed her spectacles, readjusted them, and turned to Z, and a murmur of surprise when she said, "It isn't here." "I suppose," said Mrs. Plinth, "it's not fit to be put in a book of reference." "Oh, nonsense!" said Mrs. Ballinger. "Try X." Miss Van Vluyck turned back through the volume, peering short-sightedly up and down the pages, till she came to a stop and remained motionless, like a dog on a point. "Well, have you found it?" Mrs. Ballinger inquired after a considerable delay. "Yes, I found it," said Miss Van Vluyck in a queer voice. Mrs. Plinth hastily interposed. "I beg you won't read it aloud if there's anything offensive." Miss Van Vluyck, without answering, continued her silent scrutiny. "Well, what is it?" exclaimed Laura Glyde excitedly. "Do tell us," urged Mrs. Leveret, feeling that she would have something awful to tell her sister. Miss Van Vluyck pushed the volume aside and turned slowly toward the expectant group. "It's a river." "A river?" "Yes, in Brazil. Isn't that where she's been living?" "Who? Fanny Roby? Oh, but you must be mistaken. You've been reading the wrong thing," Mrs. Ballinger exclaimed, leaning over her to seize the volume. "It's the only Xingu in the encyclopaedia, and she has been living in Brazil," Miss Van Vluyck persisted. "Yes, her brother has a consulship there," Mrs. Leveret interposed. "But that's too ridiculous. We all remember studying Xingu last year, or the year before last," Mrs. Ballinger stammered. "I thought I did when you said so," Laura Glyde avowed. "I said so!" cried Mrs. Ballinger. "Yes, you said it had crowded everything else out of your mind." "Well, you said it had changed your whole life." "For that matter, Miss Van Vluyck said she'd never grudged the time she'd given it." Mrs. Plinth interposed. "I made it clear that I knew nothing whatever of the original." Mrs. Ballinger broke off the dispute with a groan. Ah, what does it matter if she's been making fools of us? I believe Miss Van Vluck's right. She was talking of the river all the while." "How could she? It's too preposterous!" Miss Glyde exclaimed. "Listen." Miss Van Vluck had repossessed herself of the encyclopaedia, and restored her spectacles to a nose reddened by excitement. "The Xingu, one of the principal rivers of Brazil, rises on the plateau of Mato Grosso, and flows in a northerly direction for a length of no less than 1,118 miles, entering the Amazon near the mouth of the latter river. The upper course of the Xingu is auriferous and fed by numerous branches. Its source was first discovered in 1884 by the German explorer von den Steinen, after a difficult and dangerous expedition through a region inhabited by tribes still in the Stone Age of culture." The ladies received this communication in a state of stupefied silence, from which Mrs. Leveret was the first to rally. "She certainly did speak of its having branches." The word seemed to snap the last thread of their incredulity. "And of its great length," gasped Mrs. Ballinger. "She said it was awfully deep, and you couldn't skip, you just had to wade through," Miss Glyde added. The idea worked its way more slowly through Mrs. Plinth's compact resistances. "How could there be anything improper about a river?" she inquired. "Improper?" "Why, what she said about the source, that it was corrupt." "Not corrupt, but hard to get at," Laura Glyde corrected. "Some one who'd been there had told her so. I dare say it was the explorer himself. Doesn't it say that the expedition was dangerous?" "Difficult and dangerous," read Miss Van Vluck. Mrs. Ballinger pressed her hands to her throbbing temples. "There's nothing she said that wouldn't apply to a river, to this river." She swung about excitedly to the other members. "Why, do you remember her telling us that she hadn't read The Supreme Instant because she'd taken it on a boating party while she was staying with her brother, and someone had shied it overboard? Shied, of course, was her own expression." The ladies breathlessly signified that the expression had not escaped them. "Well, and didn't she tell Osric Dane that one of her books was simply saturated with Xingu? Of course it was, if one of Mrs. Roby's rowdy friends had thrown it into the river." This surprising reconstruction of the scene in which they had just participated left the members of the Lunch Club inarticulate. At length Mrs. Plinth, after visibly labouring with the problem, said in a heavy tone, "Osric Dane was taken in too." Mrs. Leveret took courage at this. "Perhaps that's what Mrs. Roby did it for. She said Osric Dane was a brute, and she may have wanted to give her a lesson." Miss Van Vluck frowned. "It was hardly worth while to do it at our expense." "At least," said Miss Glyde with a touch of bitterness, "she succeeded in interesting her, which was more than we did." "What chance had we?" rejoined Mrs. Ballinger. "Mrs. Roby monopolized her from the first, and that, I've no doubt, was her purpose, to give Osric Dane a false impression of her own standing in the club. She would hesitate at nothing to attract attention. We all know that's how she took in poor Professor Forland." "She actually makes him give bridge teas every Thursday," Mrs. Leveret piped up. Laura Glyde struck her hands together. "Why, this is Thursday, and it's there she's gone, of course, and taken Osric with her." "And they're shrieking over us at this moment," said Mrs. Ballinger between her teeth. This possibility seemed too preposterous to be admitted. "She would hardly dare," said Miss Van Vluck, "confess the imposture to Osric Dane." "I'm not so sure. I thought I saw her make a sign as she left. If she hadn't made a sign, why should Osric Dane have rushed out after her?" "Well, you know, we'd all been telling her how wonderful Xingu was, and she said she wanted to find out more about it," Mrs. Leveret said, with a tardy impulse of justice to the absent. This reminder, far from mitigating the wrath of the other members, gave it a stronger impetus. "Yes, and that's exactly what they're both laughing over now," said Laura Glyde ironically. Mrs. Plinth stood up and gathered her expensive furs about her monumental form. "I have no wish to criticize," she said, "but unless the Lunch Club can protect its members against the recurrence of such unbecoming scenes, I, for one—" "Oh, so do I," agreed Miss Glyde, rising also. Miss Van Vluck closed the encyclopaedia, and proceeded to button herself into her jacket. "My time is really too valuable," she began. "I fancy we are all of one mind," said Mrs. Ballinger, looking searchingly at Mrs. Leveret, who looked at the others. "I always deprecate anything like a scandal," Mrs. Plinth continued. "She has been the cause of one to-day," exclaimed Miss Glyde. Mrs. Leveret moaned. "I don't see how she could," and Miss Van Vluyck said, picking up her notebook. "Some women stop at nothing." "But if," Mrs. Plinth took up her argument impressively, "anything of the kind had happened in my house" it never would have, her tone implied "I should have felt that I owed it to myself either to ask for Mrs. Roby's resignation or to offer mine." "Oh, Mrs. Plinth!" gasped the Lunch Club. "Fortunately for me," Mrs. Plinth continued with an awful magnanimity, "the matter was taken out of my hands by our president's decision that the right to entertain distinguished guests was a privilege vested in her office, and I think the other members will agree that, as she was alone in this opinion, she ought to be alone in deciding on the best way of effacing its really deplorable consequences." A deep silence followed this outbreak of Mrs. Plinth's long-stored resentment. "I don't see why I should be expected to ask her to resign," Mrs. Ballinger at length began, but Laura Glyde turned back to remind her. "You know she made you say that you'd got on swimmingly in Xingu?" An ill-timed giggle escaped from Mrs. Leveret, and Mrs. Ballinger energetically continued, "But you needn't think for a moment that I'm afraid to." The door of the drawing-room closed on the retreating backs of the Lunch Club, and the president of that distinguished association, seating herself at her writing-table, and pushing away a copy of The Wings of Death to make room for her elbow, drew forth a sheet of the club's note-paper, on which she began to write. "My dear Mrs. Roby." End of Xingu, by Edith Wharton. End of Section 5. Section 6 of International Women's Literature Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Miss Grief, by Constance Fenimore Woolson. A conceited fool is a not uncommon expression. Now, I know that I am not a fool, but I also know that I am conceited. But, candidly, can it be helped if one happens to be young, well and strong, passably good-looking, with some money that one has inherited and more that one has earned, and all enough to make life comfortable, and if upon this foundation rests also the pleasant superstructure of a literary success? The success is deserved, I think. Certainly it was not lightly gained. Yet, even with this, I fully appreciate its rarity. Thus I find myself very well entertained in life. I have all I wish in the way of society, and a deep, though of course carefully concealed, satisfaction in my own little fame, which fame I foster by a gentle system of non-interference. I know that I am spoken of as "that quiet young fellow who writes those delightful little studies of society, you know," and I live up to that definition. A year ago I was in Rome, and enjoying life particularly. I had a large number of my acquaintances there, both American and English, and no day passed without its invitation. Of course I understood it. It is seldom that you find a literary man who is good-tempered, well-dressed, sufficiently provided with money, and amiably obedient to all the rules and requirements of society. When found, make a note of it. And the note was generally an invitation. One evening, upon returning to my lodgings, my man Simpson informed me that a person had called in the afternoon, and upon learning that I was absent had not left a card, but her name, Miss Grief. The title lingered. Miss Grief! Grief has so far not visited me here, I said to myself, dismissing Simpson and seeking my little balcony for a final smoke, and she shall not now. I shall take care to be not at home to her if she continues to call. And then I fell to thinking of Isabel Abercrombie, in whose society I had spent that and many evenings. They were golden thoughts. The next day there was an excursion. It was late when I reached my rooms, and again Simpson informed me that Miss Grief had called. "Is she coming continuously?" I said, half to myself. "Yes, sir. She mentioned that she should call again." "How does she look?" "Well, sir,"
"A lady, but not so prosperous as she was, I should say," answered Simpson discreetly. "Young?" "No, sir." "Alone?" "A maid with her, sir." But once outside in my little high-up balcony with my cigar, I again forgot Miss Grief and whatever she might represent. Who would not forget in that moonlight with Isabel Abercrombie's face to remember? The stranger came a third time, and I was absent. Then she let 2 days pass and began again. It grew to be a regular dialogue between Simpson and myself when I came in at night. "Grief to-day?" "Yes, sir." "What time?" "4, sir." Happy the man, I thought, who can keep her confined to a particular hour. But I should not have treated my visitor so cavalierly if I had not felt sure that she was eccentric and unconventional, qualities extremely tiresome in a woman no longer young or attractive. If she were not eccentric she would not have persisted in coming to my door day after day in this silent way, without stating her errand, leaving a note, or presenting her credentials in any shape. I made up my mind that she had something to sell, a bit of carving or some intaglio supposed to be antique. It was known that I had a fancy for oddities. I said to myself, she has read or heard of my old gold story, or else The Buried God, and she thinks me an idealizing ignoramus upon whom she can impose. Her sepulchral name is at least not Italian. Probably she is a sharp countrywoman of mine, turning, by means of the present aesthetic craze, an honest penny when she can. She had called 7 times during a period of 2 weeks without seeing me, when one day I happened to be at home in the afternoon, owing to a pouring rain and a fit of doubt concerning Miss Abercrombie; for I had constructed a careful theory of that young lady's characteristics in my own mind, and she had lived up to it delightfully, until the previous evening, when with one word she had blown it to atoms and taken flight, leaving me standing, as it were, on a desolate shore, with nothing but a handful of mistaken inductions wherewith to console myself. I do not know a more exasperating frame of mind, at least for a constructor of theories. I could not write, and so I took up a French novel. I model myself a little on Balzac. I had been turning over its pages but a few moments when Simpson knocked, and, entering softly, said, with just a shadow of a smile on his well-trained face, "Miss Grief." I briefly consigned Miss Grief to all the furies, and then, as he still lingered, perhaps not knowing where they resided, I asked where the visitor was. "Outside, sir, in the hall. I told her I would see if you were at home." "She must be unpleasantly wet if she had no carriage." "No carriage, sir. They always come on foot. I think she is a little damp, sir." "Well, let her in. But I don't want the maid. I may as well see her now, I suppose, and end the affair." "Yes, sir." I did not put down my book. My visitor should have a hearing, but not much more. She had sacrificed her womanly claims by her persistent attacks upon my door. Presently Simpson ushered her in. "Miss Grief," he said, and then went out, closing the curtain behind him. A woman. Yes, a lady, but shabby, unattractive, and more than middle-aged. I rose, bowed slightly, and then dropped into my chair again, still keeping the book in my hand. "Miss Grief?" I said interrogatively, as I indicated a seat with my eyebrows. "Not Grief," she answered. "Crief. My name is Crief." She sat down, and I saw that she held a small flat box. Not carving, then, I thought. Probably old lace, something that belonged to Tullia or Lucrezia Borgia. But as she did not speak, I found myself obliged to begin. "You have been here, I think, once or twice before?" "7 times. This is the 8th." A silence. "I am often out. Indeed, I may say that I am never in," I remarked carelessly. "Yes, you have many friends." "Who will perhaps buy old lace," I mentally added. But this time I too remained silent. Why should I trouble myself to draw her out? She had sought me, let her advance her idea, whatever it was, now that entrance was gained. But Miss Grief, I preferred to call her so, did not look as though she could advance anything. Her black gown, damp with rain, seemed to retreat fearfully to her thin self, while her thin self retreated as far as possible from me, from the chair, from everything. Her eyes were cast down. An old-fashioned lace veil with a heavy border shaded her face. She looked at the floor, and I looked at her. I grew a little impatient, but I made up my mind that I would continue silent and see how long a time she would consider necessary to give due effect to her little pantomime. Comedy? Or was it tragedy? I suppose full 5 minutes passed thus in our double silence, and that is a long time when two persons are sitting opposite each other alone in a small still room. At last my visitor, without raising her eyes, said slowly, "You are very happy, are you not? With youth, health, friends, riches, fame?" It was a singular beginning. Her voice was clear, low, and very sweet as she thus enumerated my advantages one by one in a list. I was attracted by it, but repelled by her words, which seemed to me flattery both dull and bold. "Thanks," I said, "for your kindness, but I fear it is undeserved. I seldom discuss myself, even when with my friends." "I am your friend," replied Miss Grief. Then after a moment she added slowly, "I have read every word you have written." I curled the edges of my book indifferently. I am not a fop, I hope, but others have said the same. "What is more, I know much of it by heart," continued my visitor. "Wait, I will show you." And then, without pause, she began to repeat something of mine word for word, just as I had written it. On she went, and I listened. I intended interrupting her after a moment, but I did not, because she was reciting so well, and also because I felt a desire gaining upon me to see what she would make of a certain conversation which I knew was coming, a conversation between two of my characters, which was, to say the least, sphinx-like, and somewhat incandescent as well. What won me a little too was the fact that the scene she was reciting, it was hardly more than that, though called a story, was secretly my favorite among all the sketches from my pen which a gracious public has received with favor. I never said so, but it was, and I had always felt a wondering annoyance that the aforesaid public, while kindly praising beyond their worth other attempts of mine, had never noticed the higher purpose of this little shaft, aimed not at the balconies and lighted windows of society, but straight up toward the distant stars. So she went on, and presently reached the conversation. My two people began to talk. She had raised her eyes now, and was looking at me soberly as she gave the words of the woman, quiet, gentle, cold, and the replies of the man, bitter, hot, and scathing. Her very voice changed, and took, though always sweetly, the different tones required, while no point of meaning, however small, no breath of delicate emphasis which I had meant, but which the dull types could not give, escaped an appreciative and full, almost over-full, recognition which startled me. For she had understood me almost better than I had understood myself. It seemed to me that while I had laboured to interpret, partially, a psychological riddle, she, coming after, had comprehended its bearings better than I had, though confining herself strictly to my own words and emphasis. The scene ended. It ended rather suddenly. She dropped her eyes, and moved her hand nervously to and fro over the box she held. Her gloves were old and shabby, her hands small. I was secretly much surprised by what I had heard, but my ill-humour was deep-seated that day, and I still felt sure, besides, that the box contained something which I was expected to buy. "You recite remarkably well," I said carelessly, "and I am much flattered also by your appreciation of my attempt. But it is not, I presume, to that alone that I owe the pleasure of this visit?" "Yes," she answered, still looking down. "It is, for if you had not written that scene I should not have sought you. Your other sketches are interiors, exquisitely painted and delicately finished, but of small scope. This is a sketch in a few bold, masterly lines, work of entirely different spirit and purpose." I was nettled by her insight. "You have bestowed so much of your kind attention upon me that I feel your debtor," I said conventionally. "It may be that there is something I can do for you, connected possibly with that little box." It was impertinent, but it was true, for she answered, "Yes." I smiled, but her eyes were cast down, and she did not see the smile. "What I have to show you is a manuscript," she said, after a pause which I did not break. "It is a drama. I thought that perhaps you would read it." An authoress! This is worse than old lace, I said to myself in dismay. Then aloud, "My opinion would be worth nothing, Miss Creef." "Not in a business way, I know. But it might be an assistance, personally." Her voice had sunk to a whisper. Outside the rain was pouring steadily down. She was a very depressing object to me as she sat there with her box. "I hardly think I have the time at present," I began. She had raised her eyes and was looking at me. Then, when I paused, she rose and came suddenly toward my chair. "Yes, you will read it," she said, with her hand on my arm. "You will read it. Look at this room. Look at yourself. Look at all you have. Then look at me, and have pity." I had risen, for she held my arm, and her damp skirt was brushing my knees. Her large dark eyes looked intently into mine as she went on. "I have no shame in asking. Why should I have? It is my last endeavor, but a calm and well-considered one. If you refuse, I shall go away, knowing that fate has willed it so, and I shall be content." She is mad, I thought. But she did not look so, and she had spoken quietly, even gently. "Sit down," I said, moving away from her. I felt as if I had been magnetized, but it was only the nearness of her eyes to mine and their intensity. I drew forward a chair, but she remained standing. "I cannot," she said in the same sweet, gentle tone, "unless you promise." "Very well, I promise. Only sit down." As I took her arm to lead her to the chair, I perceived that she was trembling, but her face continued unmoved. "You do not, of course, wish me to look at your manuscript now?" I said, temporizing. "It would be much better to leave it. Give me your address, and I will return it to you with my written opinion. Though, I repeat, the latter will be of no use to you. It is the opinion of an editor or publisher that you want." "It shall be as you please, and I will go in a moment," said Miss Grief, pressing her palms together as if trying to control the tremor that had seized her slight frame. She looked so pallid that I thought of offering her a glass of wine. Then I remembered that if I did it might be a bait to bring her there again, and this I was desirous to prevent. She rose while the thought was passing through my mind. Her pasteboard box lay on the chair she had first occupied. She took it, wrote an address on the cover, laid it down, and then, bowing with a little air of formality, drew her black shawl round her shoulders and turned toward the door. I followed, after touching the bell. "You will hear from me by letter," I said. Simpson opened the door, and I caught a glimpse of the maid, who was waiting in the ante-room. She was an old woman, shorter than her mistress, equally thin, and dressed like her in rusty black. As the door opened, she turned toward it a pair of small, dim blue eyes with a look of furtive suspense. Simpson dropped the curtain, shutting me into the inner room. He had no intention of allowing me to accompany my visitor further. But I had the curiosity to go to a bay window in an angle from whence I could command the street door, and presently I saw them issue forth in the rain, and walk away side by side, the mistress being the taller, holding the umbrella. Probably there was not much difference in rank between persons so poor and forlorn as these. It grew dark. I was invited out for the evening, and I knew that if I should go I should meet Miss Abercrombie. I said to myself that I would not go. I got out my paper for writing. I made my preparations for a quiet evening at home with myself. But it was of no use. It all ended slavishly in my going. At the last allowable moment I presented myself, and, as a punishment for my vacillation, I suppose, I never passed a more disagreeable evening. I drove homeward in a murky temper. It was foggy without and very foggy within. What Isabel really was, now that she had broken through my elaborately built theories, I was not able to decide. There was, to tell the truth, a certain young Englishman. But that is apart from this story. I reached home, went up to my rooms, and had a supper. It was to console myself. I am obliged to console myself scientifically once in a while. I was walking up and down afterwards, smoking and feeling somewhat better, when my eye fell upon the pasteboard box. I took it up. On the cover was written an address which showed that my visitor must have walked a long distance in order to see me. A. Creef. A grief, I thought, and so she is. I positively believe she has brought all this trouble upon me. She has the evil eye. I took out the manuscript and looked at it. It was in the form of a little volume and clearly written. On the cover was the word "Armour" in German text, and underneath a pen-and-ink sketch of a helmet, breastplate, and shield. Grief certainly needs armour, I said to myself, sitting down by the table and turning over the pages. I may as well look over the thing now. I could not be in a worse mood. And then I began to read. Early the next morning Simpson took a note from me to the given address, returning with the following reply: "No, I prefer to come to you. At 4. A. Creef." These words with their 3 semicolons were written in pencil upon a piece of coarse printing paper, but the handwriting was as clear and delicate as that of the manuscript in ink. "What sort of a place was it, Simpson?" "Very poor, sir, but I did not go all the way up. The elder person came down, sir, took the note, and requested me to wait where I was." "You had no chance, then, to make inquiries?" I said, knowing full well that he had emptied the entire neighbourhood of any information it might possess concerning these 2 lodgers. "Well, sir, you know how these foreigners will talk, whether one wants to hear it or not. But it seems that these 2 persons have been there but a few weeks. They live alone, and are uncommonly silent and reserved. The people round there call them something that signifies 'the Madame's American, thin and dumb.'" At 4 the Madame's American arrived. It was raining again, and they came on foot under their old umbrella. The maid waited in the ante-room, and Miss Grief was ushered into my bachelor's parlour. I had thought that I should meet her with great deference, but she looked so forlorn that my deference changed to pity. It was the woman that impressed me then more than the writer, the fragile, nerveless body more than the inspired mind. For it was inspired. I had sat up half the night over her drama, and felt thrilled through and through more than once by its earnestness, passion, and power. No one could have been more surprised than I was to find myself thus enthusiastic. I thought I had outgrown that sort of thing. And one would have supposed, too, I myself should have supposed so the day before, that the faults of the drama, which were many and prominent, would have chilled any liking I might have felt. I being a writer myself, and therefore critical, for writers are as apt to take much of the how rather than the what as painters, who, it is well known, prefer an exquisitely rendered representation of a commonplace theme to an imperfectly executed picture of even the most striking subject. But in this case, on the contrary, the scattered rays of splendour in Miss Grief's drama had made me forget the dark spots, which were numerous and disfiguring, or rather the splendour had made me anxious to have the spots removed. And this also was a philanthropic state very unusual with me. Regarding successful writers, my motto had been Vae victis. My visitor took a seat and folded her hands. I could see, in spite of her quiet manner, that she was in breathless suspense. It seemed so pitiful that she should be trembling there before me, a woman so much older than I was, a woman who possessed the divine spark of genius, which I was by no means sure, in spite of my success, had been granted to me, that I felt as if I ought to go down on my knees before her, and entreat her to take her proper place of supremacy at once. But there, one does not go down on one's knees, combustively as it were, before a woman over 50, plain in feature, thin, dejected, and ill-dressed. I contented myself with taking her hands, in their miserable old gloves, in mine, while I said cordially, "Miss Creef, your drama seems to me full of original power. It has roused my enthusiasm. I sat up half the night reading it." The hands I held shook, but something, perhaps a shame for having evaded the knees business, made me tighten my hold and bestow upon her also a reassuring smile. She looked at me for a moment, and then, suddenly and noiselessly, tears rose and rolled down her cheeks. I dropped her hands and retreated. I had not thought her tearful. On the contrary, her voice and face had seemed rigidly controlled. But now here she was, bending herself over the side of the chair with her head resting on her arms, not sobbing aloud, but her whole frame shaken by the strength of her emotion. I rushed for a glass of wine. I pressed her to take it. I did not quite know what to do, but putting myself in her place, I decided to praise the drama, and praise it I did. I do not know when I have used so many adjectives. She raised her head and began to wipe her eyes. "Do take the wine," I said, interrupting myself in my cataract of language. "I dare not," she answered, then added humbly, "that is, unless you have a biscuit here, or a bit of bread." I found some biscuit. She ate too, and then slowly drank the wine, while I resumed my verbal Niagara. Under its influence, and that of the wine too, perhaps, she began to show new life. It was not that she looked radiant, she could not, but simply that she looked warm. I now perceived what had been the principal discomfort of her appearance heretofore. It was that she had looked all the time as if suffering from cold. At last I could think of nothing more to say, and stopped. I really admired the drama, but thought I had exerted myself sufficiently as an anti-hysteric, and that adjectives enough, for the present at least, had been administered. She had put down her empty wine-glass, and was resting her hands on the broad cushioned arms of her chair, with, for a thin person, a sort of expanded content. "You must pardon my tears," she said, smiling. "It was the revulsion of feeling. My life was at a low ebb. If your sentence had been against me, it would have been my end." "Your end?" "Yes, the end of my life. I should have destroyed myself." "Then you would have been a weak as well as wicked woman," I said in a tone of disgust. I do hate sensationalism. "Oh no, you know nothing about it. I should have destroyed only this poor worn tenement of clay. But I can well understand how you would look upon it. Regarding the desirableness of life, the prince and the beggar may have different opinions. We will say no more of it, but talk of the drama instead." As she spoke the word drama, a triumphant brightness came into her eyes. I took the manuscript from a drawer and sat down beside her. "I suppose you know that there are faults," I said, expecting ready acquiescence. "I was not aware that there were any," was her gentle reply. Here was a beginning. After all my interest in her, and, I may say, under the circumstances, my kindness, she received me in this way. However, my belief in her genius was too sincere to be altered by her whimsies, so I persevered. "Let us go over it together," I said. "Shall I read it to you, or will you read it to me?" "I will not read it, but recite it." "That will never do. You will recite it so well that we shall see only the good points, and what we have to concern ourselves with now is the bad ones." "I will recite it," she repeated. "Now, Miss Creef," I said bluntly, "for what purpose did you come to me? Certainly not merely to recite. I am no stage manager. In plain English, was it not your idea that I might help you in obtaining a publisher?" "Yes, yes," she answered, looking at me apprehensively, all her old manner returning. I followed up my advantage, opened the little paper volume, and began. I first took the drama line by line, and spoke of the faults of expression and structure. Then I turned back and touched upon 2 or 3 glaring impossibilities in the plot. "Your absorbed interest in the motive of the whole no doubt made you forget these blemishes," I said apologetically. But, to my surprise, I found that she did not see the blemishes, that she appreciated nothing I had said, comprehended nothing. Such unaccountable obtuseness puzzled me. I began again, going over the whole with even greater minuteness and care. I worked hard. The perspiration stood in beads upon my forehead as I struggled with her what shall I call it? Obstinacy. But it was not exactly obstinacy. She simply could not see the faults of her own work, any more than a blind man can see the smoke that dims a patch of blue sky. When I had finished my task the second time, she still remained as gently impassive as before. I leaned back in my chair, exhausted, and looked at her. Even then she did not seem to comprehend, whether she agreed with it or not, what I must be thinking. "It is such a heaven to me that you like it," she murmured dreamily, breaking the silence. Then, with more animation, "And now you will let me recite it?" I was too weary to oppose her. She threw aside her shawl and bonnet, and standing in the centre of the room, began. And she carried me along with her. All the strong passages were doubly strong when spoken, and the faults, which seemed nothing to her, were made by her earnestness to seem nothing to me, at least for that moment. When it was ended, she stood looking at me with a triumphant smile. "Yes," I said, "I like it, and you see that I do." But I like it because my taste is peculiar. To me, originality and force are everything, perhaps because I have not them to any marked degree myself, but the world at large will not overlook as I do your absolutely barbarous shortcomings on account of them. Will you trust me to go over the drama and correct it at my pleasure?" This was a vast deal for me to offer. I was surprised at myself. "No," she answered softly, still smiling. "There shall not be so much as a comma altered." Then she sat down, and fell into a reverie as though she were alone. "Have you written anything else?" I said after a while, when I had become tired of the silence. "Yes." "Can I see it? Or is it them?" "It is them. Yes, you can see them all." "I will call upon you for the purpose." "No, you must not," she said, coming back to the present nervously. "I prefer to come to you." At this moment Simpson entered to light the room, and busied himself rather longer than was necessary over the task. When he finally went out, I saw that my visitor's manner had sunk into its former depression. The presence of the servant seemed to have chilled her. "When did you say I might come?" I repeated, ignoring her refusal. "I did not say it. It would be impossible." "Well, then, when will you come here?" There was, I fear, a trace of fatigue in my voice. "At your good pleasure, sir," she answered humbly. My chivalry was touched by this. After all, she was a woman. "Come to-morrow," I said. "By the way, come and dine with me then. Why not?" I was curious to see what she would reply. "Why not, indeed? Yes, I will come. I am 43. I might have been your mother." This was not quite true, as I am over 30, but I look young, while well, I had thought her over 50. "I can hardly call you mother, but we might compromise upon aunt," I said, laughing. "Aunt what?" "My name is Arana," she gravely answered. "My father was much disappointed that I was not a boy, and gave me as nearly as possible the name he had prepared, Aron." "Then come and dine with me to-morrow, and bring with you the other manuscripts, Arana," I said, amused at the quaint sound of the name. On the whole, I did not like aunt. "I will come," she answered. It was twilight and still raining, but she refused all offers of escort or carriage, departing with her maid, as she had come, under the brown umbrella. The next day we had the dinner. Simpson was astonished, and more than astonished, grieved, when I told him that he was to dine with the maid, but he could not complain in words, since my own guest, the mistress, was hardly more attractive. When our preparations were complete, I could not help laughing. The two prim little tables, one in the parlour and one in the ante-room, and Simpson disapprovingly going back and forth between them, were irresistible. I greeted my guest hilariously when she arrived, and fortunately her manner was not quite so depressed as usual. I could never have accorded myself with a tearful mood. I had thought that perhaps she would make, for the occasion, some change in her attire. I have never known a woman who had not some scrap of finery, however small, in reserve for that unexpected occasion of which she is ever dreaming. But no, Miss Grief wore the same black gown, unadorned and unaltered. I was glad that there was no rain that day, so that the skirt did not at least look so damp and rheumatic. She ate quietly, almost furtively, yet with a good appetite, and she did not refuse the wine. Then, when the meal was over and Simpson had removed the dishes, I asked for the new manuscripts. She gave me an old green copy-book filled with short poems, and a prose sketch by itself. I lit a cigar and sat down at my desk to look them over. "Perhaps you will try a cigarette?" I suggested, more for amusement than anything else, for there was not a shade of bohemianism about her. Her whole appearance was puritanical. "I have not yet succeeded in learning to smoke." "You have tried?" I said, turning round. "Yes, Serena and I tried, but we did not succeed." "Serena is your maid?" "She lives with me." I was seized with inward laughter, and began hastily to look over her manuscripts with my back to her, so that she might not see it. A vision had risen before me of those two forlorn women, alone in their room with locked doors, patiently trying to acquire the smoker's art. But my attention was soon absorbed by the papers before me. Such a fantastic collection of words, lines, and epithets I had never before seen, or even in dreams imagined. In truth, they were like the work of dreams. They were Kubla Khan, only more so. Here and there was a radiance like the flash of a diamond, but each poem, almost each verse and line, was marred by some fault or lack which seemed wilful perversity, like the work of an evil sprite. It was like a case of jeweller's wares set before you, with each ring unfinished, each bracelet too large or too small for its purpose, each breastpin without its fastening, each necklace purposely broken. I turned the pages, marvelling. When about half an hour had passed, and I was leaning back for a moment to light another cigar, I glanced toward my visitor. She was behind me, in an easy-chair before my small fire, and she was fast asleep. In the relaxation of her unconsciousness I was struck anew by the poverty her appearance expressed. Her feet were visible, and I saw the miserable worn old shoes which hitherto she had kept concealed. After looking at her for a moment, I returned to my task, and took up the prose story. In prose she must be more reasonable. She was less fantastic, perhaps, but hardly more reasonable. The story was that of a profligate and commonplace man forced by two of his friends, in order not to break the heart of a dying girl who loves him, to live up to a high imaginary ideal of himself which her pure but mistaken mind has formed. He has a handsome face and sweet voice, and repeats what they tell him. Her long, slow decline and happy death, and his own inward ennui and profound weariness of the role he has to play, made the vivid points of the story. So far well enough, but here was the trouble. Through the whole narrative moved another character, a physician of tender heart and exquisite mercy, who practised murder as a fine art, and was regarded, by the author, as a second Messiah. This was monstrous. I read through it twice and threw it down. Then, fatigued, I turned round and leaned back, waiting for her to wake. I could see her profile against the dark hue of the easy-chair. Presently she seemed to feel my gaze, for she stirred, then opened her eyes. "I have been asleep," she said, rising hurriedly. "No harm in that, Arana." But she was deeply embarrassed and troubled, much more so than the occasion required, so much so indeed that I turned the conversation back upon the manuscripts as a diversion. "I cannot stand that doctor of yours," I said, indicating the prose story. "No one would. You must cut him out." Her self-possession returned as if by magic. "Certainly not," she answered haughtily. "Oh, if you do not care! I had laboured under the impression that you were anxious these things should find a purchaser." I am," she said, her manner changing to deep humility with wonderful rapidity. With such alterations of feeling as this sweeping over her like great waves, no wonder she was old before her time. "Then you must take out that doctor." "I am willing, but do not know how," she answered, pressing her hands together helplessly. "In my mind he belongs to the story so closely that he cannot be separated from it." Here Simpson entered, bringing a note for me. It was a line from Mrs. Abercrombie inviting me for that evening, an unexpected gathering, and therefore likely to be all the more agreeable. My heart bounded in spite of me. I forgot Miss Grief and her manuscripts for the moment as completely as though they had never existed. But, bodily being still in the same room with her, her speech brought me back to the present. "You have had good news?" she said. "Oh no, nothing especial, merely an invitation." "But good news also," she repeated. "And now, as for me, I must go." Not supposing that she would stay much later in any case, I had that morning ordered a carriage to come for her at about that hour. I told her this. She made no reply beyond putting on her bonnet and shawl. "You will hear from me soon," I said. "I shall do all I can for you." She had reached the door, but before opening it she stopped, turned, and extended her hand. "You are good," she said. "I give you thanks. Do not think me ungrateful or envious. It is only that you are young, and I am so old." Then she opened the door and passed through the anteroom without pause, her maid accompanying her, and Simpson with gladness lighting the way. They were gone. I dressed hastily and went out, to continue my studies in psychology. Time passed. I was busy, amused, and perhaps a little excited. Sometimes psychology is exciting. But though much occupied with my own affairs, I did not altogether neglect my self-imposed task regarding Miss Grief. I began by sending her prose story to a friend, the editor of a monthly magazine, with a letter making a strong plea for its admittance. It should have a chance first on its own merits. Then I forwarded the drama to a publisher, also an acquaintance, a man with a taste for phantasms and a soul above mere common popularity, as his own coffers knew to their cost. This done, I waited with conscience clear. 4 weeks passed. During this waiting period I heard nothing from Miss Grief. At last one morning came a letter from my editor. "The story has force, but I cannot stand that doctor," he wrote. "Let her cut him out, and I might print it." Just what I myself had said. The package lay there on my table, travel-worn and grimed. A return manuscript is, I think, the most melancholy object on earth. I decided to wait, before writing to Erana, until the second letter was received. A week later it came. Armour was declined. The publisher had been impressed by the power displayed in certain passages, but the impossibilities of the plot rendered it unavailable for publication; in fact, would bury it in ridicule if brought before the public, a public lamentably fond of amusement, seeking it undaunted even in the cannon's mouth. I doubt if he himself knew what he meant, but one thing at any rate was clear: Armour was declined. Now I am, as I have remarked before, a little obstinate. I was determined that Miss Grief's work should be received. I would alter and improve it myself without letting her know. The end justified the means. Surely the sieve of my own good taste, whose mesh had been pronounced so fine and delicate, would serve for two. I began, and utterly failed. I set to work first upon Armour. I amended, altered, left out, put in, pieced, condensed, lengthened. I did my best, and all to no avail. I could not succeed in completing anything that satisfied me, or that approached, in truth, Miss Grief's own work just as it stood. I suppose I went over that manuscript 20 times. I covered sheets of paper with my copies. But the obstinate drama refused to be corrected. As it was, it must stand or fall. Wearied and annoyed, I threw it aside and took up the prose story. That would be easier. But, to my surprise, I found that the apparently gentle doctor would not out. He was so closely interwoven with every part of the tale that to take him out was like taking out one especial figure in a carpet, that is, impossible, unless you unravel the whole. At last I did unravel the whole, and then the story was no longer good, or Arana's. It was weak, and mine. All this took time, for of course I had much to do in connection with my own life and tasks. But, though slowly and at my leisure, I really did try my best as regarded Miss Grief, and without success. I was forced at last to make up my mind that either my own powers were not equal to the task, or else that her perversities were as essential a part of her work as her inspirations, and not to be separated from it. Once during this period I showed 2 of the short poems to Isabel, withholding, of course, the writer's name. They were written by a woman, I explained. "Her mind must have been disordered, poor thing," Isabel said in her gentle way when she returned them. "At least, judging by these, they are hopelessly mixed and vague." Now they were not vague so much as vast, but I knew that I could not make Isabel comprehend it, and, so complex a creature is man, I do not know that I wanted her to comprehend it. These were the only ones in the whole collection that I would have shown her, and I was rather glad that she did not like even these. Not that poor Arana's poems were evil, they were simply unrestrained, large, vast, like the skies or the wind. Isabel was bounded on all sides, like a violet in a garden bed, and I liked her so. One afternoon, about the time when I was beginning to see that I could not improve Miss Grief, I came upon the maid. I was driving, and she had stopped on the crossing to let the carriage pass. I recognized her at a glance, by her general forlornness, and called to the driver to stop. "How is Miss Grief?" I said. "I have been intending to write to her for some time." "And your note, when it comes," answered the old woman on the crosswalk fiercely, "she shall not see." "What?" "I say she shall not see it. Your patronizing face shows that you have no good news, and you shall not rack and stab her any more on this earth, please God, while I have authority." "Who has racked or stabbed her, Serena?" "Serena, indeed! Rubbish! I'm no Serena. I'm her aunt. And as to has racked and stabbed her, I say you literary men." She had put her old head inside my carriage, and flung out these words at me in a shrill, menacing tone. "But she shall die in peace in spite of you," she continued. "Vampires! You take her ideas and fatten on them, and leave her to starve. You know you do. You who have had her poor manuscripts these months and months." "Is she ill?" I asked in real concern, gathering that much at least from the incoherent tirade. "She is dying." answered the desolate old creature, her voice softening and her dim eyes filling with tears. "Oh, I trust not. Perhaps something can be done. Can I help you in any way?" "In all ways, if you would," she said, breaking down and beginning to sob weakly, with her head resting on the sill of the carriage window. "Oh, what we have not been through together, we two! Piece by piece I have sold all." I am good-hearted enough, but I do not like to have old women weeping across my carriage door. I suggested, therefore, that she should come inside and let me take her home. Her shabby old skirt was soon beside me, and following her directions the driver turned toward one of the most wretched quarters of the city, the abode of poverty, crowded and unclean. Here, in a large bare chamber up many flights of stairs, I found Miss Grief. As I entered I was startled. I thought she was dead. There seemed no life present until she opened her eyes, and even then they rested upon us vaguely, as though she did not know who we were. But as I approached a light came into them. She recognized me, and this sudden revivification, this return of the soul to the almost deserted body, was the most wonderful thing I ever saw. "You have good news of the drama?" she whispered as I bent over her. "Tell me. I know you have good news." What was I to answer? Pray, what would you have answered, Puritan? "Yes, I have good news, Arana," I said. "The drama will appear. And who knows, perhaps it will in some other world." She smiled, and her now brilliant eyes did not leave my face. "He knows I'm your aunt. I told him," said the old woman, coming to the bedside. "Did you?" whispered Miss Grief, still gazing at me with a smile. "Then please, dear Aunt Martha, give me something to eat." Aunt Martha hurried across the room, and I followed her. "It's the first time she's asked for food in weeks," she said in a husky tone. She opened a cupboard door vaguely, but I could see nothing within. "What have you for her?" I asked with some impatience, though in a low voice. "Please God, nothing," answered the poor old woman, hiding her reply and her tears behind the broad cupboard door. "I was going out to get a little something when I met you." "Good heavens! Is it money you need? Here, take this and send, or go yourself in the carriage waiting below." She hurried out breathless, and I went back to the bedside, much disturbed by what I had seen and heard. But Miss Grief's eyes were full of life, and as I sat down beside her she whispered earnestly, "Tell me." And I did tell her. A romance invented for the occasion. I ventured to say that none of my published sketches could compare with it. As for the lie involved, it will stand among my few good deeds, I know, at the judgment bar. And she was satisfied. "I have never known what it was," she whispered, "to be fully happy until now." She closed her eyes, and when the lids fell I again thought that she had passed away. But no, there was still pulsation in her small thin wrist. As she perceived my touch she smiled. "Yes, I am happy," she said again, though without audible sound. The old aunt returned. Food was prepared, and she took some. I myself went out after wine that should be rich and pure. She rallied a little, but I did not leave her. Her eyes dwelt upon me and compelled me to stay, or rather my conscience compelled me. It was a damp night, and I had a little fire made. The wine, fruit, flowers, and candles I had ordered made the bare place for the time being bright and fragrant. Aunt Martha dozed in her chair from sheer fatigue. She had watched many nights. But Miss Grief was awake, and I sat beside her. "I make you my executor," she murmured, "as to the drama. But my other manuscripts place when I am gone under my head, and let them be buried with me. They are not many, those you have, and these. See." I followed her gesture, and saw under her pillows the edges of 2 more copybooks like the one I had. "Do not look at them, my poor dead children," she said tenderly. "Let them depart with me, unread, as I have been." Later she whispered, "Did you wonder why I came to you? It was the contrast. You were young, strong, rich, praised, loved, successful, all that I was not. I wanted to look at you and imagine how it would feel. You had success, but I had the greater power. Tell me, did I not have it?" "Yes, Arana." "It is all in the past now, but I am satisfied." After another pause, she said with a faint smile, "Do you remember when I fell asleep in your parlour? It was the good and rich food. It was so long since I had had food like that." I took her hand and held it, conscience-stricken, but now she hardly seemed to perceive my touch. "And the smoking," she whispered. Do you remember how you laughed? I saw it. But I had heard that smoking soothed, that one was no longer tired and hungry with a cigar." In little whispers of this sort, separated by long rests and pauses, the night passed. Once she asked if her aunt was asleep, and when I answered in the affirmative she said, "Help her to return home to America. The drama will pay for it. I ought never to have brought her away." I promised, and she resumed her bright-eyed silence. I think she did not speak again. Toward morning the change came, and soon after sunrise, with her old aunt kneeling by her side, she passed away. All was arranged as she had wished. Her manuscripts, covered with violets, formed her pillow. No one followed her to the grave save her aunt and myself. I thought she would prefer it so. Her name was not Crieff, after all, but Moncrieff. I saw it written out by Aunt Martha for the coffin plate, as follows: Arana Moncrieff, aged 43 years, 2 months, and 8 days. I never knew more of her history than is written here. If there was more than I might have learned, it remained unlearned, for I did not ask. And the drama? I keep it here in this locked case. I could have it published at my own expense, but I think that now she knows its faults herself, perhaps, and would not like it. I keep it, and once in a while I read it over, not as a memento mori exactly, but rather as a memento of my own good fortune, for which I should continually give thanks. The want of one grain made all her work void, and that one grain was given to me. She with the greater power failed, I with the less succeeded. But no praise is due to me for that. When I die, armor is to be destroyed unread, not even Isabel is to see it. For women will misunderstand each other, and dear and precious to me as my sweet wife is, I could not bear that she or any one should cast so much as a thought of scorn upon the memory of the writer, upon my poor dead, unavailable, unaccepted Miss Grief. End of Section 6.
April 25th, as usual, by Edna Ferber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. April 25th, as usual, by Edna Ferber, for the International Women's Literature Collection. Mrs. Hosea C. Brewster always cleaned house in September and April. She started with the attic, and worked her purifying path down to the cellar in strict accordance with Article 1, Section 1, Unwritten Rules for House Cleaning. For 25 years she had done it. For 25 years she had hated it, being an intelligent woman. For 25 years, towel swathed about her head, skirt pinned back, sleeves rolled up, the costume dedicated to house cleaning since the days of What's-Her-Name, mother of Lemuel. See Proverbs. Mrs. Brewster had gone through the ceremony twice a year. Furniture on the porch, woolens on the line, mattresses in the yard, everything that could be pounded, beaten, whisked, rubbed, flapped, shaken, or aired, was dragged out and subjected to one or all of these indignities. After which, completely cowed, they were dragged in again and set in their places. Year after year, in attic and in cellar, things had piled up higher and higher, useless things, sentimental things, things in trunks, things in chests, shelves full of things wrapped up in brown paper parcels. And boxes, oh, above all, boxes. Pasteboard boxes, long and flat, square and oblong, each bearing weird and cryptic pencilings on one end. Cryptic, that is, to anyone except Mrs. Brewster and you who have owned an attic. Thus H's, FSHG, TCKL. Jabberwocked one long slim box. Another stunned you with CURTED, SLPG, PCH. A cabalistic third hid its contents under SLP, COV, Pinky, RM. To say nothing of such curt yet intriguing fragments as BOKNTDRS, and Sun Par Val. Once you had the code key, they translated themselves simply enough into such homely items as Hosie's fishing tackle, canvas curtains for Ted's sleeping porch, slip covers for Pinky's room, black net dress, sun parlor valance. The contents of those boxes formed a commentary on normal American household life as lived by Mr. and Mrs. Hosea C. Brewster of Winnebago, Wisconsin. Hosie's rheumatism had prohibited trout fishing these 10 years. Ted wrote from Arizona that the little old sky was his sleeping porch roof, and he didn't have to worry out there about the neighbors seeing you in your pajamas. Pink's rose cretonne room had lacked an occupant since Pinky left the Winnebago High School for the Chicago Art Institute, thence to New York and those amazingly successful magazine covers that stare up at you from your table. Young lady, hollow-chested, she'd need to be with that décolletage. Carrying feather fan. You could tell a Brewster cover at sight, without the fan. That leaves the black net dress and sun parlor valance. The first had grown too tight under the arms, Mrs. Brewster's arms. The second had faded. Now, don't gather from this that Mrs. Brewster was an ample, pie-baking, ginghamed old soul who wore black silk and a crushed-looking hat, with a palsied rose atop it, nor that Hosea C. Brewster was spectacled and slippered. Not at all. The Hosea C. Brewsters of Winnebago, Wisconsin, were the people you've met on the veranda of the Moana Hotel at Honolulu, or at the top of Pike's Peak, or peering into the restless heart of Vesuvius. They were the prosperous Middle Western type of citizen who runs down to Chicago to see the new plays and buy a hat, and to order a dozen Wedgwood salad plates at Field's. Mrs. Brewster knew about Dunsany and Georgette and alligator pears, and Hosea Brewster was in the habit of dropping around to the Elks Club up above Schirmer's furniture store on Elm Street at about 5 in the afternoon on his way home from the cold storage plant. The Brewster house was honeycombed with sleeping porches and sun parlors and linen closets and laundry chutes and vegetable bins and electric surprises, as well-to-do Middle Western home is likely to be. That home had long ago grown too large for the two of them, physically, that is, but as the big frame house had expanded, so had they, in tolerance and understanding humanness. Until now, as you talked with them, you felt that there was room and to spare of sun-filled mental chambers and shelves well stored with experience, and pantries and bins and closets for all your worries and confidences. But the attic! And the cellar! The attic was the kind of attic every woman longs for who hasn't one, and every woman loathes who has. "If I only had some place to put things in!" wails the first. "And if it weren't for the attic, I'd have thrown this stuff away long ago," complains the second. Mrs. Brewster, herself, had helped plan it. Hardwood-floored, spacious light, the Brewster attic revealed to you the social, aesthetic, educational, and spiritual progress of the entire family, as clearly as if a sociologist had charted it. Take, for example, before we run down to the cellar for a minute, the crayon portraits of Grandma and Grandpa Brewster. When Ted had been a junior and Pinky a freshman at the Winnebago High School, the crayon portraits had beamed down upon them from the living room wall. To each of these worthy old people the artists had given a pair of hectic pink cheeks, Grandma Brewster especially, simpering down at you from the labyrinthian scrolls of her sextuple gold frame, was rouged like a soubrette, and further embellished with a pair of gentian blue eyes behind steel-bowed specs. Pinky, and in fact the entire Brewster household, had thought these massive atrocities the last word in artistic ornament. By the time she reached her sophomore year, Pinky had prevailed upon her mother to banish them to the dining room. Then, 2 years later, when the Chicago decorator did over the living room and the dining room, the crayons were relegated to the upstairs hall. Ted and Pinky, away at school, began to bring their friends back with them for the vacations. Pinky's room had been done over in cream enamel and rose-flowered cretonne. She said the chromos in the hall spoiled the entire second floor. So the gold frames, glittering, undimmed, the cheeks as rosily glowing as ever, found temporary resting places in a nondescript back chamber known as the sewing room. Then the new sleeping porch was built for Ted, and the portraits ended their journeying in the attic. One paragraph will cover the cellar. Stationary tubs, laundry stove. Behind that, bin for potatoes, bin for carrots, bins for onions, apples, cabbages. Box shelves for preserves, and behind that Hosea C. Brewster's bête noire and plaything, tyrant and slave, the furnace. "She's eatin' up coal this winter," Hosea Brewster would complain. Or, "Give her a little more draft, Fred." Fred of the furnace and lawn mower would shake a doleful head. "She ain't drawn good. I dunno what's got into her." By noon of this particular September day, a blue and gold Wisconsin September day, Mrs. Brewster had reached that stage in the cleaning of the attic when it looked as if it would never be clean and orderly again. Taking into consideration Miss Mers, by the way, you understand, and Gussie, the girl, and Fred, there was very little necessity for Mrs. Brewster's official house-cleaning uniform. She might have unpinned her skirt, unbound her head, rolled down her sleeves and left for the day, serene in the knowledge that no corner, no chandelier, no mirror, no curlicue so hidden, so high, so glittering, so ornate that it might hope to escape the rag or brush of one or the other of this relentless and expert crew. Every year, twice a year, as this box, that trunk, or chest was opened and its contents revealed, Miss Mers would say, "You keepin' this, Miss Brewster?" That? "Oh dear, yes." Or, "Well, I don't know. You can take that home with you if you want it. It might make over for many." Yet why, in the name of all that's ridiculous, did she treasure the funeral wreath in the walnut frame? Nothing is more passé than a last summer's hat, yet the leghorn and pink cambric rose thing in the tin trunk was the one Mrs. Brewster had worn when a bride. Then the plaid kilted dress with the black velvet monkey jacket that Pinky had worn when she spoke her first piece at the age of 7. Well, these were things that even the rapacious eye of Miss Mertz, by the day, passed by unbrightened by covetousness. The smell of soap and water, and cedar, and mothballs, and dust, and the ghost of a perfumery that Pinky used to use, pervaded the hot attic. Mrs. Brewster, head and shoulders in a trunk, was trying not to listen and not to seem not to listen to Miss Mers' recital of her husband's relations' latest flagrancy. "Families is nix," I says. "I got my own family to look out for," I says. Like that. "Well," says he, "when it comes to that," says he, "I guess I got some." Punctuated by thumps, spatterings, swashings, and much heavy breathing, so that the sound of light footsteps along the second-floor hallway, a young clear voice calling, then the same footsteps, fleeter now, on the attic stairway, were quite unheard. Pinky's arms were around her mother's neck, and for one awful moment it looked as if both were to be decapitated by the trunk lid, so violent had been Mrs. Brewster's start of surprise. Incoherent little cries and sentences unfinished. "Pinky! Why, my baby! We didn't get your telegram, did you?" "No, I didn't. I just thought Don't look so dazed, Mummy. You're all smudged, too. What in the world—" Pinky straightened her hat and looked about the attic. "Why, Mother, you're house-cleaning!" There was a stunned sort of look on her face. Pinky's last visit home had been in June, all hammocks and roses, and especially baked things, and motor trips into the country. "Of course. This is September. But if I'd known you were coming. Come here to the window. Let Mother see you. Is that the kind of hat there? Why, it's a winter one, isn't it? Already? Dear me, I've just got used to the angle of my summer one. You must telephone father." Miss Mers, damply calicoed, rose from a corner and came forward, wiping a moist and parboiled hand on her skirt. "How do, Pinky? Ain't forgot your old friends, have you?" "It's Mrs. Mers!" Pinky put her cool, sweet fingers into the other woman's spongy clasp. "Why, hello, Mrs. Mers. Of course, when there's house cleaning, I've forgotten all about house cleaning. That there was such a thing, I mean." "It's got to be done," replied Miss Mers severely. Pinky, suddenly looking like one of her own magazine covers, in tailor clothes, turned swiftly to her mother. "Nothing of the kind," she said crisply. She looked about the hot, dusty, littered room. She included and then banished it all with one sweeping gesture. "Nothing of the kind. This is an anachronism." "Mebbe so," retorted Miss Mers with equal crispness. "But it's got to be cleaned just the same. Yes, sir, it's got to be cleaned." They smiled at each other then, the mother and daughter. They descended the winding attic stairs happily, talking very fast and interrupting each other. Mrs. Brewster's skirt was still pinned up. Her hair was bound in the protecting towel. "You must telephone father. No, let's surprise him. You'll hate the dinner. Built around Miss Mers, you know. Boiled. Well, you know what a despot she is." It was hot for September, in Wisconsin. As they came out to the porch, Pinky saw that there were tiny beads of moisture under her mother's eyes and about her chin. The sight infuriated her somehow. "Well, really, mother!" Mrs. Brewster unpinned her skirt and smoothed it down and smiled at Pinky, all unconscious that she looked like a plump, pink Sister of Mercy with that towel bound tightly about her hair. With a swift movement, Pinky unpinned the towel, unwound it, dabbed with it tenderly at her mother's chin and brow, rolled it into a vicious wad, and hurled it through the open doorway. "Now just what does that mean?" said Mrs. Brewster equably. "Take off your hat and coat, Pinky, but don't treat them that way. Unless that's the way they're doing in New York. Everything is so informal since the war." She had a pretty wit of her own, Mrs. Brewster. Of course, Pinky laughed then, and kissed her mother and hugged her hard. "It's just that it seems idiotic, your digging around in an attic in this day and age. Why, it's—" Pinky could express herself much more clearly in colors than in words. "There is no such thing as an attic. People don't clean them any more. I never realized before. This huge house. It has been wonderful to come back to you, of course, but just you and Dad." She stopped. She raised two young fists high in important anger. "Do you like cleaning the attic?" "Why, no, I hate it." "Then why in the world—" "I've always done it, Pinky. And while they may not be wearing attics in New York, we haven't taken them off in Winnebago. Come on up to your room, dear. It looks bare. If I'd known you were coming, the slip covers. Are they in the box in the attic, labeled Slip Cov Pinky Room?" She succeeded in slurring it ludicrously. It brought an appreciative giggle from Mrs. Brewster. A giggle need not be inconsistent with 50 years, especially if one's nose wrinkles up delightfully in the act. But no smile curved the daughter's stern young lips. Together they went up to Pinky's old room. The older woman stopped to pick up the crumpled towel on the hall floor. On the way they paused at the door of Mrs. Brewster's bedroom. So cool, so spacious, all soft grays and blues. Suddenly Pinky's eyes widened with horror. She pointed an accusing forefinger at a large dark object in a corner near a window. "That's the old walnut desk!" she exclaimed. "I know it." The girl turned, half amused, half annoyed. "Oh, mother dear, that's the situation, in a nutshell. Without a shadow of a doubt, there's an ineradicable streak of black walnut in your gray enamel make-up." "Eradicable. That's a grand word, Pinky. Stylish. I never expected to meet it out of a book. And furthermore, as Miss Mers would say, I didn't know there was any situation." I meant the attic. And it's more than a situation. It's a state of mind." Mrs. Brewster had disappeared into the depths of her clothes closet. Her voice sounded muffled. "Pinky, you're talking the way they did at that tea you gave for father and me when we visited New York last winter." She emerged with a cool-looking blue kimono. "Here, put this on. Father'll be home at 12:30. For dinner, you know. You'll want a bath, won't you, dear?" "Yes, Mummy. Is it boiled? Honestly? On a day like this?" "With onions," said Mrs. Brewster firmly. 15 minutes later, Pinky, splashing in a cool tub, heard the voice of Miss Merce, high-pitched with excitement and a certain awful joy. "Miss Brewster! Oh, Miss Brewster! I've found a moth in Mr. Brewster's winter flannels!" "Oh!" in choked accents of fury from Pinky, and she brought a hard young fist down in the water, splat, so that it splashed ceiling, hair, and floor impartially. Still it was a cool and serene young daughter who greeted Hosea Brewster as he came limping up the porch stairs. He placed the flat of the foot down at each step, instead of heel and ball. It gave him a queer, hitching gait. The girl felt a sharp little constriction of her throat as she marked that rheumatic limp. "It's the beastly Wisconsin winters," she told herself. Then, darting out at him from the corner where she had been hiding, "S'prise! S'prise!" His plump blond face, flushed with the unwonted heat, went darkly red. He dropped his hat. His arms gathered her in. Her fresh young cheek was pressed against his dear, prickly one. So they stood for a long minute, close. "Need a shave, Dad?" "Well, gosh, how did I know my best girl was coming?" He held her off. "What's the matter, Pink? Don't they like your covers any more?" "Not a thing, Hosey. Don't get fresh. They're redecorating my studio. You know, plasterers and stuff. I couldn't work, and I was lonesome for you." Hosea Brewster went to the open doorway and gave a long whistle with a little quirk at the end. Then he came back to Pinky in the wide-seated porch swing. "You know," he said, his voice lowered confidentially, "I thought I'd take Mother to New York for 10 days or so. See the shows, and run around and eat at the dens of wickedness. She likes it for a change." Pinky sat up, tense. "For a change? Dad, I want to talk to you about that. Mother needs—" Mrs. Brewster's light footstep sounded in the hall. She wore an all-enveloping gingham apron. "How did you like your surprise, Father?" She came over to him and kissed the top of his head. "I'm getting dinner so that Gussie can go on with the attic. Everything's ready if you want to come in. I didn't want to dish up until you were at the table, so's everything would be hot." She threw a laughing glance at Pinky. But when they were seated, there appeared a platter of cold, thinly sliced ham for Pinky, and a crisp salad, and a featherweight cheese souffle, and iced tea, and a dessert coolly capped with whipped cream. "But, Mother, you shouldn't have," feebly. "There are always a lot of things in the house. You know that. I just wanted to tease you." Father Brewster lingered for an unwonted hour after the midday meal, but 2 o'clock found him back at the cold storage plant. Pinky watched him go, a speculative look in her eyes. She visited the attic that afternoon at 4, when it was again neat, clean, orderly, smelling of soap and sunshine. Standing there in the center of the big room, freshly napped, smartly coiffed, blue-serged, trim, the very concentrated essence of modernity, she eyed with stern deliberation the funeral wheat wreath in its walnut frame, the trunks, the chests, the boxes all shelved and neatly inscribed with their H's fish-tailed tackle and Blecknettdruss. "Barbaric!" she said aloud, though she stood there alone. "Medieval! Mad! It has got to be stopped! Slavery!" After which she went downstairs and picked golden glow for the living-room vases and scarlet salvia for the bowl in the dining-room. Still, as one saw Mrs. Brewster's tired droop at supper that night, there is no denying that there seemed some justification for Pinky's volcanic remarks. Hosea Brewster announced, after supper, that he and Fred were going to have a session with the furnace. She needed going over in September, before they began firing up for the winter. "I'll go down with you," said Pinky. "No, you stay up here with Mother. You'll get all ashes and coal dust." But Pinky was firm. "Mother's half dead. She's going straight up to bed, after that darned old attic. I'll come up to tuck you in, Mummy." And though she did not descend to the cellar until the overhauling process was nearly completed, she did come down in time for the last of the scene. She perched at the foot of the stairs and watched the two men, overalled, sooty, tobacco-wreathed, and happy. When finally Hosea Brewster knocked the ashes out of his stubby black pipe, dusted his sooty hands together briskly, and began to peel his overalls, Pinky came forward. She put her hand on his arm. "Dad, I want to talk to you." "Careful there. Better not touch me. I'm all dirt. Good night, Fred." "Listen, Dad. Mother isn't well." He stopped then, with one overall leg off and the other on, and looked at her. "Huh? What do you mean? Isn't well? Mother?" His mouth was open. His eyes looked suddenly strained. "This house, it's killing her. She could hardly keep her eyes open at supper. It's too much for her. She ought to be enjoying herself, like those huge rooms. And you're another." "Me?" feebly. "Yes, a slave to his furnace. You said yourself to Fred just now that it was all worn out and needed new pipes or something, I don't know what. And that coal was so high it would be cheaper using dollar bills for fuel. Oh, I know you were just being funny, but it was partly true, wasn't it? Wasn't it?" "Yeah, but listen here, Paula." He never called her Paula unless he was terribly disturbed. "About Mother. You said you and she ought to go away this winter, not just for a trip, but to stay. You—" she drew a long breath and made the plunge. "You ought to give up the house." "Give up?" "Permanently. Mother and you are buried alive here. You ought to come to New York to live. Both of you will love it when you are there for a few days. I don't mean to come to a hotel. I mean to take a little apartment, a furnished apartment at first, to see how you like it. 2 rooms and a kitchenette, like a playhouse." Hosea Brewster looked down at his own big bulk, then around the great furnace room. "Oh, but listen." "No, I want you to listen first. Mother's worn out, I tell you. It isn't as if she were the old-fashioned kind. She isn't. She loves the theatres, and pretty hats, and shoes with buckles, and lobster, and concerts." He broke in again. "Sure, she likes 'em for a change, but for a steady diet? Besides, I've got a business to tend to. My gosh, I've got a business to— You know perfectly well that Wetzler practically runs the whole thing, or could, if you'd let him. Youth is cruel like that, when it wants its way." He did not even deny it. He seemed suddenly old. Pinky's heart smote her a little. "It's just that you've got so used to this great barracks. You don't know how unhappy it's making you. Why, Mother said today that she hated it. I asked about the attic, the cleaning and all, and she said that she hated it." "Did she say that, Paula?" "Yes." He dusted his hands together, slowly, spiritlessly. His eyes looked pained and dull. "She did, You say she did?" He was talking to himself, and thinking. Pinky, sensing victory, left him. She ran lightly up the cellar stairs, through the first-floor rooms, and up to the second floor. Her mother's bedroom door was open. A little mauve lamp shed its glow upon the tired woman in one of the plump gray enamel beds. "No, I'm not sleeping. Come here, dear. What in the world have you been doing in the cellar all this time?" "Talking to Dad." She came over and perched herself on the side of the bed. She looked down at her mother. Then she bent and kissed her. Mrs. Brewster looked incredibly girlish with the lamp's rosy glow on her face and hair, warmly brown and profuse, rippling out over the pillow. Scarcely a thread of gray in it. "You know, Mother, I think Dad isn't well. He ought to go away." As if by magic the youth and glow faded out of the face on the pillow. As she sat up, clutching her nightgown to her breast, she looked suddenly pinched and old. "What do you mean, Pinky? Father, but he isn't sick. Not sick. I don't mean sick exactly, but sort of worn out. That furnace. He's sick and tired of the thing. That's what he said to Fred. He needs a change. He ought to retire and enjoy life. He could. This house is killing both of you. Why in the world don't you close it up, or sell it, and come to New York?" "But we do. We did last winter." "I don't mean just for a little trip. I mean to live. Take a little two-room apartment in one of the new buildings, near my studio, and relax. Enjoy yourselves. Meet new men and women. Live! You're in a rut, both of you. Besides, Dad needs it. That rheumatism of his, with these Wisconsin winters. But California, we could go to California." "That's only a stopgap. Get your little place in New York all settled, and then run away whenever you like, without feeling that this great bulk of a house is waiting for you. Father hates it, I know it." "Did he ever say so?" "Well, practically. He thinks you're fond of it. Slow steps ascending the stairs, heavy, painful steps. The two women listened in silence. Every footfall seemed to emphasize Pinky's words. The older woman turned her face toward the sound, her lips parted, her eyes anxious, tender. "How tired he sounds," said Pinky. "And old. And he's why, Dad's only 58. 57, snapped Mrs. Brewster sharply, protectingly. Pinky leaned forward and kissed her. "Good night, Mummy dear. You're so tired, aren't you?" Her father stood in the doorway. "Good night, dear. I ought to be tucking you into bed. It's all turned round, isn't it? Biscuits and honey for breakfast, remember." So Pinky went off to her own room, sans slip cove, and slept soundly, dreamlessly, as does one whose work is well done. 3 days later, Pinky left. She waved a good-bye from the car platform, a radiant, electric, confident Pinky, her work well done. "Au revoir. The 1st of November. Everything begins then. You'll love it. You'll be real New Yorkers by Christmas. Now, no changing your minds, remember." And by Christmas, somehow, miraculously, they were there. Real New Yorkers, or as real and as New York as anyone can be who is living in a studio apartment, duplex, that has been rented, furnished, from a lady who turned out to be from Des Moines. When they arrived, Pinky had 4 apartments waiting for their inspection. She told them this in triumph, and well she might, it being the winter after the war when New York apartments were as scarce as black diamonds and twice as costly. Father Brewster, on hearing the price, emitted a long low whistle and said, "How many rooms did you say?" "2, and a kitchenette, of course." "Well then, all I can say is the furniture ought to be solid gold for that, inlaid with rubies and picked out with platinum." But it wasn't, in fact. It wasn't solid anything, being mostly of a very impermanent structure and style. Pinky explained that she had kept the best for the last. The thing that worried Father Brewster was that, no matter at what hour of the day they might happen to call on the prospective lessor, that person was always feminine and hatted. Once it was 11 in the morning, once 5 in the afternoon. "Do these New York women wear hats in the house all the time?" demanded Hosea Brewster worriedly. "I think they sleep in 'em. It's a wonder they ain't bald. Maybe they are. Maybe that's why. Anyway, it makes you feel like a book agent." He sounded excited and tired. "Now, Father," said Mrs. Brewster soothingly. They were in the elevator that was taking them up to the 4th, and according to Pinky, choicest apartment. The building was what was known as a studio apartment in the West 60s. The corridors were done in red flagstones with gray-tone walls. The metal doors were painted gray. Pinky was snickering. Now she'll say, 'Well, we've been very comfortable here.' They always do. Don't look too eager." "No fear," put in Hosey Brewster. "It's really lovely, and a real fireplace. Everything new and good. She's asking $225. Offer her $175. She'll take $200." "You bet she will," growled Hosea. She answered the door, hatted in henna, that being the season's chosen color. A small dark foyer, overcrowded with furniture. A studio living room, bright, high-ceilinged, smallish. One entire side was a window. There were Japanese prints, and a baby grand piano, and a lot of tables, and a davenport placed the way they do it on the stage, with its back to the room and its arms to the fireplace, and a long table just behind it, with a lamp on it, and books, and a dull jar thing, just as you've seen it in the second act library. Hosea Brewster twisted his head around and up to gaze at the lofty ceiling. "Feels as if I was standing at the bottom of a well," he remarked. But the hatted one did not hear him. "No dining room," she was saying briskly. "No, indeed. I always use this gate-legged table. You see, it pulls out like this. You can easily seat 6, 8, in fact. Heaven forbid!" in fervent sotto voce from Father Brewster. "It's an enormous saving in time and labor." "The kitchen?" inquired Mrs. Brewster. The hat waxed playful. "You'll never guess where the kitchen is." She skipped across the room. "You see this screen?" They saw it. A really handsome affair, and so placed at one end of the room that it looked a part of it. "Come here." They came. The reverse side of the screen was dotted with hooks, and on each hook hung a pot, a pan, a ladle, a spoon. And there was the tiny gas range, infinitesimal ice chest, the miniature sink. The whole would have been lost in one corner of the Brewsters' Winnebago china closet. "Why, how wonderful!" breathed Mrs. Brewster. "Isn't it? So complete and so convenient. I've cooked roasts, steaks, chops, everything, right here. It's just play." A terrible fear seized upon Father Brewster. He eyed the sink and the tiny range with a suspicious eye. "The beds," he demanded. "Where are the beds?" She opened the little oven door and his heart sank. But "They're upstairs," she said. "This is a duplex, you know." A little flight of winding stairs ended in a balcony. The rail was hung with a gay mandarin robe. 2 more steps and you were in the bedroom, a rather breathless little room, profusely rose-colored, and with whole battalions of photographs in flat silver frames standing about on dressing table, shelf, desk. The one window faced a gray brick wall. They took the apartment. And thus began a life of ease and gaiety for Mr. and Mrs. Hosea C. Brewster, of Winnebago, Wisconsin. Pinky had dinner with them the first night, and they laughed a great deal, what with one thing and another. She sprang up to the balcony and let down her bright hair, and leaned over the railing, a la Juliet, having first decked Hosey out in a sketchy but effective Romeo costume, consisting of a hastily snatched-up scarf over one shoulder, Pinky's little turban, and a frying pan for a lute. Mother Brewster did the nurse, and by the time Hosea began his limping climb up the balcony, the turban over one eye and the scarf winding itself about his stocky legs, they ended by tumbling in a heap of tearful laughter. After Pinky left, there came upon them, in that cozy little 2-room apartment, a feeling of desolation and vastness, and a terrible loneliness such as they had never dreamed of in the great 12-room house in Winnebago. They kept close together. They toiled up the winding stairs together, and stood a moment on the balcony, feigning a light-heartedness that neither of them felt. They lay very still in the little stuffy rose-colored room, and the street noises of New York came up to them. A loose chain flapping against the mud-guard of a taxi, the jolt of a flat-wheeled 8th Avenue streetcar, the roar of an L train, laughter, the bleat of a motor horn, a piano in the apartment next door, or upstairs or down. She thought, as she lay there, choking, of the great, gracious, gray and blue room at home, many-windowed, sweet-smelling, quiet. Quiet! He thought, as he lay there, choking, of the gracious gray-blue room at home, many-windowed, sweet-smelling, quiet. Quiet! Then, as he had said that night in September, "Sleeping, mother?" "No, not yet. Just dozing off." "It's the strange beds, I guess. This is going to be great, though. Great." "My, yes," agreed Mrs. Brewster heartily. They awoke next morning unrefreshed. Pa Brewster, back home in Winnebago, always whistled mournfully off key when he shaved. The more doleful his tune, the happier his wife knew him to be. Also, she had learned to mark his progress by this or that passage in a refrain. Sometimes he sang, too, also off key, and you heard his genial roar all over the house. The louder he roared, and the more doleful the tune, the happier his frame of mind. Millie Brewster knew this. She had never known that she knew it. Neither had he. It was just one of those subconscious bits of marital knowledge that make for happiness and understanding. When he sang "The Dying Cowboy's Lament," and came to the passage, "Oh, take me to the churchyard, and lay the sod over me," Mrs. Brewster used to say, "Gussie, Mr. Brewster'll be down in 10 minutes. You can start the eggs." In the months of their gay life in 67th Street, Hosey Brewster never once sang "The Dying Cowboy's Lament," nor whistled "In the Sweet By and By." No, he whistled not at all. Or, when he did, gay bits of jazz heard at the theatre, or in a restaurant the night before. He deceived no one, least of all himself. Sometimes his voice would trail off into nothingness, but he would catch the tune and toss it up again, heavily, as though it were a physical weight. Theatres, music, restaurants, teas, shopping, the gay life. "Enjoying yourself, Millie?" he would say. "Time of my life, father." She had had her hair dressed in those geometrical undulations without which no New York audience feels itself clothed. They saw Pinky less frequently as time went on and her feeling or responsibility lessened. Besides, the magazine covers took most of her day. She gave a tea for her father and mother at her own studio, and Mrs. Brewster's hat, slippers, gown, and manner equaled in line, style, cut, and texture those of any other woman present, which rather surprised her until she had talked to 5 or 6 of them. She and Hosey drifted together and compared notes. "Say, Millie," he confided, "they're all from Wisconsin, or approximately. Michigan and Minnesota and Iowa and around. Far as I can make out there's only one New Yorker, really, in the whole caboodle of 'em." "Which one?" "That kind of plain little one over there, sensible looking, with the blue suit. I was talking to her. She was born right here in New York, but she doesn't live here. That is, not in the city. Lives in some place in the country, in a house." A sort of look came into Mrs. Brewster's eyes. "Is that so? I'd like to talk to her. Hosey, take me over." She did talk to the quiet little woman in the plain blue suit. And the quiet little woman said, "Oh deah, yes." She ignored her R's, fascinatingly as New Yorkers do. "We live in Connecticut. You see, you Wisconsin people have crowded us out of New York. No breathing space. Besides, how can one live here? I mean to say, live. And then the children. It's no place for children, grown up or otherwise. I love it. Oh yes, indeed, I love it. But it's too difficult." Mrs. Brewster defended it like a true Westerner. "But if you have just a tiny apartment, with a kitchenette." The New York woman laughed. There was nothing malicious about her, but she laughed. "I tried it. There's one corner of my soul that's still wrinkled from the crushing. Everything in a heap, not to speak of the slavery of it. That deceitful, lying kitchenette." This was the first woman that Mrs. Brewster had really talked to, since leaving Winnebago. And she liked women. She missed them. At first she had eyed wonderingly, speculatively, the women she saw on Fifth Avenue, swathed luxuriously in precious pelts, marvelously coiffed and hatted, wearing the frailest of boots and hose, exhaling a mysterious heady scent They were more like strange exotic birds than women. The clerks in the shops, too, they were so remote, so contemptuous. When she went into Gerritson's back home, Nellie Monahan was likely to say, "You've certainly had a lot of wear out of that blue, Mrs. Brewster. Let's see, you've had it 2, 3 years this spring? My land, let me show you our new tops." Pa Brewster had taken to conversing with the doorman. That adamantine individual, unaccustomed to being addressed as a human being, was startled at first, surly and distrustful. But he mellowed under Hosey's simple and friendly advances. They became quite pals, these two, perhaps two as lonely men as you could find in all lonely New York. "I guess you ain't a New Yorker, huh?" Mike said. "Me? No. The most of the folks in the building ain't." "Ain't?" Hosea Brewster was startled into it. "They're artists, aren't they? Most of 'em?" "No, out of town folks, like you. West, East, and Californy, and around there. Livin' here, though. Seem to like it better'n where they come from. I don't know." Hosey Brewster took to eyeing them as Mrs. Brewster had eyed the women. He wondered about them, these tight, trim men, rather short of breath, buttoned so snugly into their shining shoes and their tailored clothes, with their necks bulging in a fold of fat above the back of their white linen collar. He knew that he would never be like them. It wasn't his square-toe shoes that made the difference, or his gray hat, or his baggy trousers. It was something inside him, something he lacked, he thought. It never occurred to him that it was something he possessed, that they did not. "Enjoying yourself, Millie?" "I should say I am, father." "That's good. No housework and responsibility to this, is there?" "It's play." She hated the toy gas stove, and the tiny ice chest, and the screen pantry. All her married life she had kept house in a big, bounteous way. Apples in barrels, butter in firkins, flour in sacks, eggs in boxes, sugar in bins, cream in crocks. Sometimes she told herself, bitterly, that it was easier to keep 12 rooms tidy and habitable than one combination kitchen, dining, and living room. "Chops taste good, Hosey?" "Grand. But you oughtn't to be cooking around like this. We'll eat out tomorrow night somewhere, and go to a show." "You're enjoying it, aren't you, Hosey? "It's the life, mother. It's the life." His ruddy color began to fade. He took to haunting department store kitchenware sections. He would come home with a new kind of cream whipper, or a patent device for the bathroom. He would tinker happily with this, driving a nail, adjusting a screw. At such times he was even known to begin to whistle some scrap of a doleful tune, such as he used to hum. But he would change, quickly, into something lovely. The price of butter, eggs, milk, cream, and the like horrified his Wisconsin cold storage sensibilities. He used often to go down to Fulton Market before daylight and walk about among the stalls and shops piled with tons of food of all kinds. He would talk to the market men and the buyers and grocers and come away feeling almost happy for a time. Then, one day, with a sort of shock, he remembered a farmer he had known back home in Winnebago. He knew the farmers for miles around, naturally, in his business. This man had been a steady butter and egg acquaintance, one of the wealthy farmers in that prosperous farming community. For his family's sake he had moved into town, a ruddy, rufous-bearded, clumping fellow, intelligent, kindly. They had sold the farm with a fine profit, and had taken a box-like house on Franklin Street. He had nothing to do but enjoy himself. You saw him out on the porch early, very early, summer mornings. You saw him ambling about the yard, poking at a weed here, a plant there. A terrible loneliness was upon him, a loneliness for the soil he had deserted, and slowly, resistlessly, the soil pulled at him with its black strength and its green tendrils, down, down, until he ceased to struggle and lay there clasped gently to her breast, the mistress he had thought to desert, and who had him again at last and forever. "I don't know what ailed him," his widow had said, weeping. "He just seemed to kind of pine away. It was one morning in April, one soft, golden April morning, when this memory had struck Hosey Brewster. He had been down at Fulton Market. Something about the place, the dewy fresh vegetables, the crates of eggs, the butter, the cheese, had brought such a surge of homesickness to him as to amount to an actual nausea. Riding uptown in the subway, he had caught a glimpse of himself in a slot machine mirror. His face was pale and somehow shrunken. He looked at his hands. The skin hung loose where the little pads of fat had plumped them out. "Gosh," he said. "Gosh, He thought then of the red-faced farmer who used to come clumping into the cold storage warehouse in his big boots and his buffalo coat. A great fear swept over him and left him weak and sick. The chill grandeur of the studio building foyer stabbed him. The glittering lift made him dizzy, somehow, this morning. He shouldn't have gone out without some breakfast, perhaps. He walked down the flagged corridor softly, turned the key ever so cautiously. She might still be sleeping. He turned the knob gently, tiptoed in, and, turning, fell over a heavy wooden object that lay directly in his path in the dim little hall. A barked shin, a good round oath. "Hosey! What's the matter? What—" She came running to him. She led him into the bright front room. "What was that thing? A box or something? Right there in the front of the door? What the—" "Oh, I'm so sorry, Hosey. You sometimes have breakfast downtown. I didn't know." Something in her voice. He stopped rubbing the injured shin to look up at her. Then he straightened slowly, his mouth ludicrously open. Her head was bound in a white towel. Her skirt was pinned back. Her sleeves were rolled up. Chairs, tables, rugs, ornaments were huddled in a promiscuous heap. Mrs. Hosea C. Brewster was cleaning house. "Millie," he began, sternly. "And that's just the thing you came here to get away from. If Pinky—" "I didn't mean to, father, but when I got up this morning there was a letter from the woman who owns this apartment, you know. She asked if I'd go to the hall closet, the one she reserved for her own things, you know, and unlock it, and get out a box she told me about, and have the hall boy express it to her. And I did, and look." Limping a little, he followed her. He turned on the light that hung in the closet. Boxes, pasteboard boxes, each one bearing a cryptic penciling on the end that stared out at you. "Drip stud win," said one. "Some slip cove bedroom," said another. "Toil, set and pick, frms." Mrs. Brewster turned to her husband almost shamefacedly, and yet with a little air of defiance. I don't know. It made me not homesick, Hosey. Not homesick, exactly, but, well, I guess I'm not the only woman with a walnut streak in her modern make-up. Here's the woman. She came to the door with her hat on, and yet—" Truth-blinding, white-hot truth burst in upon him. "Mother," he said, and he stood up, suddenly, robust, virile, alert. "Mother, let's go home." Mechanically, she began to unpin the looped-back skirt. "When?" "Now." "But, Hosey, Pinky, this flat, until June." "Now! Unless you want to stay. Unless you like it here in this make-believe, double-barreled, duplex, do-funny of a studio thing. Let's go home, Mother. Let's go home. And breathe." In Wisconsin you are likely to find snow in April, snow or slush. The Brewsters found both. Yet on their way up from the station in Gene Buck's flivver taxi, they beamed out at it as if it were a carpet of daisies. At the corner of Elm and Jackson Streets, Hosey Brewster stuck his head out of the window. "Stop here a minute, will you, Gene?" They stopped in front of Hingle's Meat Market, and Hosey went in. Mrs. Brewster leaned back without comment. Inside the shop. "Well, I see you're back from the East," said Og Hingle. "Yep." "We thought you'd given us the go-by. You stayed away so long." "No, siree. Say, Og, give me that piece of bacon, the big piece, And send me up some corned beef tomorrow, for corned beef and cabbage. I'll take a steak along for tonight. Oh, about 4 pounds. That's right." It seemed to him that nothing less than a side of beef could take out of his mouth the taste of those fiddling little lamb chops in the restaurant fare of the past 6 months. All through the winter Fred had kept up a little heat in the house, with an eye to frozen water pipes. But there was a chill upon the place as they opened the door now. It was late afternoon. The house was very still, with the stillness of a dwelling that has long been uninhabited. The two stood there a moment, peering into the darkened rooms. Then Hosea Brewster strode forward, jerked up this curtain, that curtain, with a sharp snap. Flap! He stamped his feet to rid them of slush. He took off his hat and threw it high in the air, and opened his arms wide, and emitted a whoop of sheer joy and relief. "Welcome home, home!" She clung to him. "Oh, Hosey, isn't it wonderful? How big it looks! Huge!" "Land, yes." He strode from hall to dining room, from kitchen to library. "I know how a jack-in-the-box feels when the lid's opened. No wonder it grins and throws out its arms." They did little talking after that. By 5 o'clock he was down in the cellar. She heard him making a great sound of rattling and bumping and shaking and pounding and shoveling. She smelled the acrid odor of his stubby black pipe. "Hosey!" from the top of the cellar stairs. "Hosey, bring up a can of preserves when you come." "What?" "Can of preserves." "What kind?" "Any kind you like." "Can I have 2 kinds?" He brought up quince marmalade and her choicest damson plums. He put them down on the kitchen table and looked around, spatting his hands together briskly to rid them of dust. "She's burning pretty good now. That Fred don't any more know how to handle a boiler than a baby does. Is the house getting warmer?" He clumped into the living room through the butler's pantry, but he was back again in a wink, his eyes round. "What say, mother? You've got out the best dishes, and the silver, and the candles, and all, and the tablecloth with the doodads on it. Why?" "I know it." She opened the oven door, took out a pan of biscuits, and slid it deftly to one side. "It seems as if I can't spread enough. I'm going to use the biggest platter, and I've got 2 extra boards in the table. It's big enough to seat 10. I want everything big somehow. I've cooked enough potatoes for a regiment, and I know it's wasteful, and I don't care. I'll eat in my kitchen apron if you'll keep on your overalls. Come on." He cut into the steak, a great, thick slice. He knew he could never eat it, and she knew she could never eat it, but she did eat it all, ecstatically. And in a sort of ecstatic nirvana the quiet and vastness and peace of the big old frame house settled down upon them. The telephone in the hall rang startlingly, unexpectedly. "Let me go, Millie." "But who in the world? Nobody knows we're—" He was at the telephone. "Who? Who? Oh." He turned. "It's Miss Mers. She says her little Minnie went by at 6 and saw a light in the house. Hello? What? She says she wants to know if she's to save time for you at the end of the month for the April cleaning." Mrs. Brewster took the receiver from him. "The 25th, as usual, Miss Mers. The 25th, as usual. The attic must be a sight." End of April 25th, as usual, by Edna Ferber. The Stones of Five Colors by Ye Theodora Ozaki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The Stones of Five Colors and the Empress Jokwa by Ye Theodora Ozaki for the International Women's Literature Collection. Long, long ago there lived a great Chinese empress who succeeded her brother, the Emperor Fuki. It was the age of giants, and the Empress Jaqua, for that was her name, was 25 feet high, nearly as tall as her brother. She was a wonderful woman, and an able ruler. There is an interesting story of how she mended a part of the broken heavens and one of the terrestrial pillars which upheld the sky, both of which were damaged during a rebellion raised by one of King Fuki's subjects. The rebel's name was Kokai. He was 26 feet high. His body was entirely covered with hair, and his face was as black as iron. He was a wizard, and a very terrible character indeed. When the Emperor Fuki died, Kokai was bitten with the ambition to be Emperor of China, but his plan failed, and Jaqua, the dead emperor's sister, mounted the throne. Kokai was so angry at being thwarted in his desire that he raised a revolt. His first act was to employ the water devil, who caused a great flood to rush over the country. This swamped the poor people out of their homes, and when the Empress Jaqua saw the plight of her subjects, and knew it was Kokai's fault, she declared war against him. Now Jaqua, the Empress, had two young warriors called Heiko and Aiko, and the former she made general of the front forces. Heiko was delighted that the Empress's choice should fall on him, and he prepared himself for battle. He took up the longest lance he could find and mounted a red horse, and was just about to set out when he heard some one galloping hard behind him and shouting, "Heiko, stop! The general of the front forces must be I." He looked back and saw Aiko, his comrade, riding on a white horse, in the act of unsheathing a large sword to draw upon him. Heiko's anger was kindled, and as he turned to face his rival, he cried, "Insolent wretch! I have been appointed by the Empress to lead the front forces to battle. Do you dare to stop me?" "Yes," answered Aiko. "I ought to lead the army. It is you who should follow me." At this bold reply, Heiko's anger burst from a spark into a flame. "Dare you answer me thus? Take that!" And he lunged at him with his lance. But Aiko moved quickly aside, and at the same time, raising his sword, he wounded the head of the general's horse. Obliged to dismount, Heiko was about to rush at his antagonist, when Aiko, as quick as lightning, tore from his breast the badge of commandership and galloped away. The action was so quick that Heiko stood dazed, not knowing what to do. The Empress had been a spectator of the scene, and she could not but admire the quickness of the ambitious Aiko, and in order to pacify the rivals she determined to appoint them both to the generalship of the front army. So Heiko was made commander of the left wing of the front army, and Aiko on the right. 100,000 soldiers followed them, and marched to put down the rebel Kokai. Within a short time the two generals reached the castle where Kokai had fortified himself. When aware of their approach, the wizard said, "I will blow these two poor children away with one breath." He little thought how hard he would find the fight. With these words Kokai seized an iron rod and mounted a black horse, and rushed forth like an angry tiger to meet his two foes. As the two young warriors saw him tearing down upon them, they said to each other, "We must not let him escape alive," and they attacked him from the right and from the left with sword and with lance. But the all-powerful Kokai was not to be easily beaten. He whirled his iron rod round like a great water wheel, and for a long time they fought thus, neither side gaining nor losing. At last, to avoid the wizard's iron rod, Heiko turned his horse too quickly. The animal's hoofs struck against a large stone, and in a fright the horse reared as straight on end as a screen, throwing his master to the ground. Thereupon Kokai drew his three-edged sword, and was about to kill the prostrate Heiko, but before the wizard could work his wicked will, the brave Aiko had wheeled his horse in front of Kokai and dared him to try his strength with him, and not to kill a fallen man. But Kokai was tired, and he did not feel inclined to face this fresh and dauntless young soldier. So, suddenly wheeling his horse round, he fled from the fray. Heiko, who had been only slightly stunned, had by this time got upon his feet, and he and his comrade rushed after the retreating enemy, the one on foot and the other on horseback. Kokai, seeing that he was pursued, turned upon his nearest assailant, who was, of course, the mounted Iko, and drawing forth an arrow from the quiver at his back, fitted it to his bow and drew upon Iko. As quick as lightning the wary Iko avoided the shaft, which only touched his helmet strings, and, glancing off, fell harmless against Heiko's coat of armor. The wizard saw that both his enemies remained unscathed. He also knew that there was no time to pull a second arrow before they would be upon him, so to save himself he resorted to magic. He stretched forth his wand, and immediately a great flood arose, and Jokwa's army and her brave young generals were swept away like a falling of autumn leaves on a stream. Heiko and Iko found themselves struggling neck-deep in water, and, looking round, they saw the ferocious Kokai making towards them through the water with his iron rod on high. They thought every moment that they would be cut down, but they bravely struck out to swim as far as they could from Kokai's reach. All of a sudden they found themselves in front of what seemed to be an island, rising straight out of the water. They looked up, and there stood an old man with hair as white as snow, smiling at them. They cried to him to help them. The old man nodded his head and came down to the edge of the water. As soon as his feet touched the flood it divided, and a good road appeared, to the amazement of the drowning men, who now found themselves safe. Kokai had by this time reached the island, which had risen as if by a miracle out of the water, and seeing his enemies thus saved, he was furious. He rushed through the water upon the old man, and it seemed as if he would surely be killed, but the old man appeared not in the least dismayed, and calmly awaited the wizard's onslaught. As Kokai drew near, the old man laughed aloud merrily, and turning into a large and beautiful white crane, flapped his wings and flew upwards into the heavens. When Heiko and Iko saw this, they knew that their deliverer was no mere human being, was perhaps a god in disguise, and they hoped later on to find out who the venerable old man was. In the meantime they had retreated, and it being now the close of day, for the sun was setting, both Kokai and the young warriors gave up the idea of fighting more that day. That night Heiko and Iko decided that it was useless to fight against the wizard Kokai, for he had supernatural powers, while they were only human. So they presented themselves before the Empress Jokwa. After a long consultation, the Empress decided to ask the Fire King, Shikuyu, to help her against the rebel wizard, and to lead her army against him. Now Shikuyu, the Fire King, lived at the South Pole. It was the only safe place for him to be in, for he burnt up everything around him anywhere else. But it was impossible to burn up ice and snow. To look at, he was a giant, and stood 30 feet high. His face was just like marble, and his hair and beard long and as white as snow. His strength was stupendous, and he was master of all fire, just as Kokai was of water. Surely, thought the Empress, Shikuyu can conquer Kokai. So she sent Iko to the South Pole to beg Shikuyu to take the war against Kokai into his hands and conquer him once for all. The Fire King, on hearing the Empress's request, smiled and said, "That is an easy matter, to be sure. It was none other than I who came to your rescue when you and your companion were drowning in the flood raised by Kokai." Iko was surprised at learning this. He thanked the Fire King for coming to the rescue in their dire need, and then besought him to return with him and lead the war and defeat the wicked Kokai. Shikuyu did as he was asked, and returned with Iko to the Empress. She welcomed the Fire King cordially, and at once told him why she had sent for him. to ask him to be the generalissimo of her army. His reply was very reassuring. "Do not have any anxiety. I will certainly kill Kokai." Shikuyu then placed himself at the head of 30,000 soldiers, and with Heiko and Aiko showing him the way, marched to the enemy's castle. The Fire King knew the secret of Kokai's power, and he now told all the soldiers to gather a certain kind of shrub. This they burned in large quantities, and each soldier was then ordered to fill a bagful of the ashes thus obtained. Kokai, on the other hand, in his own conceit, thought that Shikuyu was of inferior power to himself, and he murmured angrily, "Even though you are the Fire King, I can soon extinguish you." Then he repeated an incantation, and the water floods rose and welled as high as mountains. Shikuyu, not in the least frightened, ordered his soldiers to scatter the ashes which he had caused them to make. Every man did as he was bid, and such was the power of the plant that they had burned that as soon as the ashes mingled with the water a stiff mud was formed, and they were all safe from drowning. Now Kokai, the wizard, was dismayed when he saw that the Fire King was superior in wisdom to himself, and his anger was so great that he rushed headlong towards the enemy. Aiko rode to meet him, and the two fought together for some time. They were well matched in a hand-to-hand combat. Heiko, who was carefully watching the fray, saw that Aiko began to tire, and, fearing that his companion would be killed, he took his place. But Kokai had tired as well, and feeling himself unable to hold out against Heiko, he said artfully, "You are too magnanimous thus to fight for your friend and run the risk of being killed. I will not hurt such a good man." And he pretended to retreat, turning away the head of his horse. His intention was to throw Heiko off his guard, and then to wheel round and take him by surprise. But Shikuyu understood the wily wizard, and he spoke at once. "You are a coward. You cannot deceive me." Saying this, the Fire King made a sign to the unwary Heiko to attack him. Kokai now turned upon Shikuyu furiously, but he was tired and unable to fight well, and he soon received a wound in his shoulder. He now broke from the fray and tried to escape in earnest. While the fight between their leaders had been going on, the two armies had stood waiting for the issue. Shikuyu now turned and bade Jokwa's soldiers charge the enemy's forces. This they did, and routed them with great slaughter, and the wizard barely escaped with his life. It was in vain that Kokai called upon the water devil to help him, for Shikuyu knew the counter charm. The wizard found that the battle was against him. Mad with pain, for his wound began to trouble him, and frenzied with disappointment and fear, he dashed his head against the rocks of Mount Shu, and died on the spot. There was an end of the wicked Kokai, but not of trouble in the Empress Jokwa's kingdom, as you shall see. The force with which the wizard fell against the rocks was so great that the mountain burst, and fire rushed out from the earth, and one of the pillars upholding the heavens was broken, so that one corner of the sky dropped till it touched the earth. Shikuyu, the Fire King, took up the body of the wizard and carried it to the Empress Jokwa, who rejoiced greatly that her enemy was vanquished, and her generals victorious. She showered all manner of gifts and honors upon Shikuyu. But all this time fire was bursting from the mountain broken by the fall of Kokai. Whole villages were destroyed, rice fields burnt up, river beds filled with the burning lava, and the homeless people were in great distress. So the Empress left the capital as soon as she had rewarded the victor Shikuyu, and journeyed with all speed to the scene of disaster. She found that both heaven and earth had sustained damage, and the place was so dark that she had to light her lamp to find out the extent of the havoc that had been wrought. Having ascertained this, she set to work at repairs. To this end she ordered her subjects to collect stones of 5 colors, blue, yellow, red, white, and black. When she had obtained these, she boiled them with a kind of porcelain in a large cauldron, and the mixture became a beautiful paste, and with this she knew that she could mend the sky. Now all was ready. Summoning the clouds that were sailing ever so high above her head, she mounted them and rode heavenwards, carrying in her hands the vase containing the paste made from the stones of 5 colors. She soon reached the corner of the sky that was broken, and applied the paste and mended it. Having done this, she turned her attention to the broken pillar, and with the legs of a very large tortoise she mended it. When this was finished, she mounted the clouds and descended to the earth, hoping to find that all was now right, but to her dismay she found that it was still quite dark. Neither the sun shone by day nor the moon by night. Greatly perplexed, she at last called a meeting of all the wise men of the kingdom, and asked their advice as to what she would do in this dilemma. 2 of the wisest said, "The roads of heaven have been damaged by the late accident, and the sun and the moon have been obliged to stay at home. Neither the sun could make his daily journey, nor the moon her nightly one, because of the bad roads. The sun and moon do not yet know that your majesty has mended all that was damaged, so we will go and inform them that since you have repaired them, the roads are safe." The empress approved of what the wise men suggested, and ordered them to set out on their mission, but this was not easy, for the palace of the sun and moon was many, many hundreds of thousands of miles distant into the east. If they traveled on foot, they might never reach the place. They would die of old age on the road. But Jokwa had recourse to magic. She gave her 2 ambassadors wonderful chariots which could whirl through the air by magic power 1,000 miles per minute. They set out in good spirits, riding above the clouds, and after many days they reached the country where the sun and the moon were living happily together. The 2 ambassadors were granted an interview with their majesties of light, and asked them why they had for so many days secluded themselves from the universe. Did they not know that by doing so they plunged the world and all its people into uttermost darkness, both day and night? Replied the sun and the moon, "Surely you know that Mount Shu has suddenly burst forth with fire, and the roads of heaven have been greatly damaged. I, the sun, found it impossible to make my daily journey along such rough roads, and certainly the moon could not issue forth at night, so we both retired into private life for a time." Then the 2 wise men bowed themselves to the ground and said, "Our Empress Jokwa has already repaired the roads with the wonderful stones of 5 colors, so we beg to assure your majesties that the roads are just as they were before the eruption took place." But the sun and the moon still hesitated, saying that they had heard that one of the pillars of heaven had been broken as well, and they feared that, even if the roads had been remade, it would still be dangerous for them to sally forth on their usual journeys. "You need have no anxiety about the broken pillar," said the 2 ambassadors. "Our empress restored it with the legs of a great tortoise, and it is as firm as it ever was." Then the sun and moon appeared satisfied, and they both set out to try the roads. They found that what the empress's deputies had told them was correct. After the examination of the heavenly roads, the sun and the moon again gave light to the earth. All the people rejoiced greatly, and peace and prosperity were secured in China for a long time under the reign of the wise Empress Jokwa. End of The Stones of 5 Colors and the Empress Jokwa by Ye Theodora Ozaki.
Section 10 of International Women's Literature Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This Enlightened Age by Ada Cambridge. Recording by Elizabeth Barr. This Enlightened Age, a meditation in the British Museum. I say it to myself in meekest awe of progress, electricity, and steam of this almighty age, this liberal age, that has no time to breathe or think or dream. I ask it of myself with bated breath, casting a furtive glance about the hall. Our fathers, were their times so very dark? Were they benighted heathens after all? Had they not their Galileo, Newton too, and men as great, though not a Stevenson? Had they not passable scholars in fair Greece, who traced the paths we deign to walk upon? Had they not poets in those dismal days, Homer and Shakespeare and a few between? Had they not rulers in their barbarous states, who scattered laws for our wise hands to glean? Had they not painters who knew how to paint, Raphael to take an instance, well as we, with near 400 years of light the less? Is Phidias matched in our great century? And architects? Sure, Egypt and old Rome and ruined Athens tell of fair reputes. The pyramids and temples of the Greeks may vie with our town halls and institutes. Their marble Venice with her dappled tints, their gray old minsters strong as chiseled rocks, their Tyrolean castles lifted high, may outlast all our brick and mortar blocks. And were there not refinements in those days, and elegant luxuries of domestic life? I read the answer in the precious things whereof these clustering cabinets are rife. What can we show so beautiful in art? What new of ours can match their wondrous old? This fragile porcelain, this Venetian glass, this delicate necklace of Etruscan gold. And was there not religion, when the church was one, a common mother, loved and feared? When haughty souls rejoiced to bear her yoke, when all those grand monastic piles were reared? And were there not some preachers, Chrysostoms, whose golden words still linger like a chime of falling echoes in lone alpine glens amongst the sonorous voices of our time? And soldiers, heroes, do we shame them much? Have men more courage than in days of yore? Are they more jealous for their manhood now? Do they respect and honor women more? Are they more noble than those good old knights who scorned to strike a foe save in the face, who reckoned gold as dross to gallant deeds, and counted death far happier than disgrace? Is life more grand with us who bask at ease, and count that only excellent which pays? And 'twas to the stout hearts that wore the steel in those dark, turbulent, fearless, fighting days. O 19th century, God has given you light. The morning has been spreading, that is all. O liberal age, stoop your conceited head and gather up the crumbs that they let fall. End of This Enlightened Age. Recording by Elizabeth Barr. End of International Women's Literature Collection by Various.